Hello, good morning! Kumusta po ang lahat? Welcome to PLAI Online Congress 2021. This year's theme is Outcomes, Outreach, Outstanding. We have gathered this week to acknowledge our victories despite the challenges brought by the pandemic. We are here to share the outcomes of our endeavors, to showcase the outreach efforts of everyone helping each other, and to recognize the outstanding initiatives and activities of everyone amidst our ongoing difficulties. As such, we are all happy to see all of our almost 3,000 participants here in the Philippines and across the globe. We are also live via the PLAI YouTube channel. Welcome po at magandang umaga muli sa inyong lahat. I am Rare Wena Apolinario, a faculty member at the University of the Philippines School of Library and Information Studies, your host and moderator for today. This annual National Congress of the Philippine Librarians Association Incorporated is in partnership with the National Commission for Culture and the Arts through the National Committee on Libraries and Information Services and the National Library of the Philippines. This year's Congress aims to 1. Demonstrate library value, relevance, and achievements through outcome based library programs in the new normal environment. 2. Illustrate impact, outcomes of new library services and innovations, including outreach activities as an integral part of promoting the library profession and creating an impact to the library's community. And 3. Showcase best practices on outcomes, outreach, and outstanding programs among libraries and librarians. We will also have the annual PLAI General Assembly on the last day of our online Congress. So stay po kayo ha. To our participants here in Zoom, please be informed that you are automatically on mute. Should you have questions to any of our speakers, kindly submit your questions through our Slido by going to slido.com/PLAI2021. That's PLAI 2021. If you want to say hello to your colleagues, kindly utilize the chat feature here in Zoom. To our panelists, please do not forget to put your microphone on mute when not presenting. Thank you so much. Again, this is the PLAI Online Congress 2021 with the theme Outcomes, Outreach, Outstanding. This event is in partnership with the National Commission for Culture and the Arts through the National Committee on Libraries and Information Services and the National Library of the Philippines. At this point, as we start our opening ceremonies this morning, I proudly present to you the PLAI Regional Councils. Thank you so much to all the regional councils. Wow, we truly have outstanding outcomes from our RCs. We are in challenging times, but you all did great. Congratulations po. At this juncture, we will have the invocation, followed by in memoriam as a remembrance and tribute to our fallen colleagues.
Sikoy ko kami gimu tolangit. Sikoy ko kami gimu toaldo woy bulan. Ikaw ang nagbuhat sa kabituunan. Ikaw ang nagbuhat sa kalibutan. Manama, mawantog ka. Warag po ko ilingkoy ko. O Diyos, kahibulungan ka. Busa ikaw lang ang simbahon ko.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم فقال ربكم ادعوني أستجب لكم آمين يا رب العالمين الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين آمين اللهم اجمع شمل المسلمين والكريستيان والأمم في مدينة دباو وسلم دائما مجتمعنا هذا بالسلم والأمن والتقدم في بلدنا هذا آمين يا رب العالمين ربنا لا تزغ قلوبنا بعد إذ هديتنا وهب لنا من لدنك رحمة إنك أنت الوهاب ربنا إنك أنت الوهاب ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار وصلى الله على خير خلقه سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم سبحان ربك رب العزة عما يصفون وسلام على المرسلين والحمد لله رب العالمين آمين يا رب العالمين.
In the name of the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. Amen. Our most gracious Heavenly Father, we come to you today to praise and worship you and give you thanks for all the things you continue to provide for ourselves and our families. Father, we humbly ask for forgiveness for all the times we have offended you, when we forget to acknowledge your presence in the image of our brothers and sisters, and for moments we fail to be good stewards of the blessings you have given us. Continue to guide and protect each one of us, Lord, that we may always walk in the lights of your everlasting love and mercy. Grant us, Father, with your comfort in times of distress and with your strength in times of weakness. Bestow upon us your unending grace and healing, that we may in turn become instruments of gentleness and compassion to others. We ask all this in the name of your Son, our Lord Jesus Christ, with the prayer and the intercession of our Blessed Mother. Amen.
Manama, mawantog ka. Warag po ko ilingkoy ko. O Diyos, kahibulungan ka. Busa ikaw lang ang simbahon ko.
And now, let us have the Philippine National Anthem followed by the PLAI hymn.
Philippine Librarians Association, hail to you as we go on over the world and field of information. You're that light of hope for our nation. Long live your name that you may be made known. May you reach that golden throne. There may be some storm, but you won't be alone. Lead us the way we shall be marching on. All we can give is but a part of our time. Your memories of yesteryears will cherish in our minds. Make us a part of your today and in the days to come. Let us be marching on till the end of time. Throughout the world your name we shall behold. All your dreams we shall unfold. Your precious name deserves respect and honor. We'll be there to serve forevermore. Let there be hope as comes the morning sun, and joy till day is done. We librarians all are here at your command. Bind us in one, united we can stand. You're the one we love, the one that we adore. Philippine Librarians Association.
And to formally open our 2021 Congress, may I call on the President of the Philippine Librarians Association Incorporated, who has never been busier, the energetic, the compassionate, the outstanding Miss Emma M. Ray.
Esteemed guest, our keynote speaker, the Honorable Congressman of the Lone District of Pasig City and Chairman of the Basic Education and Culture Committee, Roman Texon Romulo, Honorable Chair of the Professional Regulatory Board for Librarians, Yolanda C. Granda, our partners in this PLAI Congress, the National Commission for Culture and the Arts, National Committee on Libraries and Information Services Head, Mrs. Salvacion M. Arlante, National Library of the Philippines Director, Cesar Gilbert Adriano, Our conference chair, Mrs. Elisa Garcia, fellow librarians, participants, good morning. On behalf of the PLAI National Board of Trustees, I would like to thank everyone for attending the second online Congress of PLAI. Special thanks to our beloved Congressman, Roman Romulo, for accepting our invitation to inspire our librarians. This invitation is our tribute to your Committee on Basic Education and Culture for taking up the concerns of libraries in your legislative agenda. Thank you very much, sir. Coming together after about 1 year and 9 months since our lockdown is a blissful event. Conferences, congresses have always been part of the Filipino librarians' professional life. For those aware of our history, the Philippine Library Association, now Philippine Librarians Association Incorporated, has been holding this professional activity since August 13, 1926, a year before the International Federation of Library Associations and Institutions, or IFLA, was born. Only World War II has stopped us from holding our conference. The COVID-19 pandemic did not break off the resolve of our working committees to do this tremendous task to hold our online Congress. This is the proud tradition we have regarding PLAI Congresses. One notable story was about Severino I. Velasco, then president of PLA, who represented the country in the 16th Asian Nation Conference of Library Associations in 1957. In that conference, he was unanimously appointed chairman with the responsibility of organizing and carving out an Asian Federation of Library Associations. Thus, the special award given to our conference chair was named after him. Conferences, as I've mentioned, also play a major role in providing a fora in which researchers can receive feedback on their work, hear about the latest development with regard to librarianship and information science profession, and conferences also provide opportunities for attendees to hear speakers who are respected in our field, to develop new professional relationships through meeting subject experts who are active in our field, so that over the years and even during this time of online engagements, we have expanded our network of international friends, contributing largely to the development and advancement of librarianship in the country. Our theme for this Congress is Outcomes, Outreach, Outstanding. Outcomes are the quantitative and qualitative results of our professional work, our accomplished goals and objectives. The third piece, so they say, in the puzzle of our strategic plans. Outreach because libraries are social institutions and librarians have a big role in helping, uplifting, supporting, and providing a range of resources and services equally to people from all walks of life, regardless of race, nationality, age, gender, religion, language, disability, economic and employment status, and educational attainment. Outstanding because librarians have rendered exemplary library services during pre-pandemic and pandemic times. They have persistently performed their tasks amidst risk, fears, and anxieties of COVID-19. We hope to listen to stories on creative and innovative ideas of services that emerged during the pandemic. We have very good and interesting topics prepared for you. We thank everyone who responded to our call for papers. The conference and program committees of search out, and we were able to invite some foreign speakers who will share with us their own experiences and best practices. While we are hoping to return to our face-to-face engagement during our PLAI Congresses, we are also just happy to report to you that the conduct of our Congress last year has accommodated more members via Zoom, as we were around more than 2,000. And I think we will also approximate that figure. Definitely, one of the advantages of online conferences is the increase in the number of attendees, and it also addressed the concerns around issues such as equity and access, because the event is also free up to now. Before I end, I want to quote some words from Cirilo B. Perez, the chair of the 1934 Librarians Convention. He said, "I knew that we would have a difficult undertaking ahead. Until then, we did not realize it was to undertake a most pleasing and appealing task. And that until then, we were able to surmount the obstacles that were met on the way to solve the problems that usually go with such an undertaking. Did we realize the magnitude of our task?" I think we did feel the same. Despite difficulties borne by the pandemic, we survived. It was indeed a most pleasing and appealing, and I would add, colorful and rewarding, because I see the PLAI family working together, surmounting the challenges to be able to come up with this online PLAI Congress. Lastly, I thank the Lord Almighty for our protection from this pandemic. As mentioned, we have lost some lives in our PLAI family, that we also pray for their families and loved ones. Thank you to our partners, the NCCA and PLIS, headed by Mrs. Salvacion M. Arlante, NLP Director Cesar Gilbert Adriano, to all our sponsors for supporting PLAI activities without fail, to the working committees who made this all possible, and to the 7,000 strong active PLAI members who keep on inspiring us to do better. Again, on behalf of all the officers and the working committees, I declare this Congress open, and let us have a very productive week. Mabuhay!
Maraming salamat po, Ma'am Emma. Very colorful po talaga ang ating naging ang ating naging taon, no, despite the pandemic. But maraming salamat sa ating mga volunteers, at tuloy-tuloy pa rin po ang ginagawa natin for PLAI. Okay. Now, let us hear a message from one of our partners in this PLAI Online Congress 2021. May I call on the Director of the National Library of the Philippines, Mr. Cesar Gilbert Q. Adriano.
It is my privilege to commend the officers of the Philippine Librarians Association, Incorporated, the organizers, for coming up with this event where all librarians gather together virtually for one common goal, that is to establish librarians and library relevancy in this trying time. I consider this event as an expression of the officers' generous and cordial concern over librarians' professional growth. This occasion is also a venue where the best practices, the innovative strategies in delivering virtual services may be discussed, exhibited, or display for the struggling libraries to benchmark from. I am aware of an immense challenge which the public libraries are facing from the moment their physical doors have been closed to the stakeholders. Given the limited budget, they struggle in meeting the needs of their communities in a new and creative ways, not to mention the lack of intermittent to no internet connectivity at all. The theme, outcomes-based, outreach, and outstanding, articulates the intent of this Congress to provide assistance to all librarians and libraries that they may continue to reach out to their stakeholders despite the COVID-19 challenges. To all the participants, the academic, public, special and school librarians and staff, my wish for a knowledge-filled takeaway in this 4-day virtual Congress. Congratulations! Mabuhay kayong lahat. God bless everyone.
Thank you so much, Mr. Adriano. And from another event partner, let us hear a message from the head of the National Commission for Culture and the Arts, National Committee on Libraries and Information Services, Ma'am Salvacion M. Arlante.
Hello everyone. Welcome to the PLAI Congress 2021 with the theme Outcomes, Outreach, Outstanding. The COVID-19 pandemic may have affected our library operations and services for almost 2 years now. It has derailed our activities and plans. Two of the best qualities of librarians is grit and resilience. Despite the pandemic, we have sustained our consistent efforts towards our goals. We have remained optimistic and level-headed, making sure that we are ready to face the outcomes of these trials. The pandemic and the challenges it brought about has not stopped us from doing outreach programs to disseminate factual information, to raise awareness on how we can overcome these tests, and to extend a hand to our community. I would like to congratulate each one of you who have been outstandingly winning this battle. PLAI and the rest of other library organizations will always keep us as a team to fight against the challenges of times. Let us continue searching for the silver lining. Let us continue to break new grounds to uplift the library profession. Magandang araw sa inyong lahat.
Thank you so much, Ma'am Arlante. Maraming salamat po sa inyo at sa inyong suporta. And to give us another message, may I call on the chairman of the Professional Regulatory Board for Librarians, Professional Regulation Commission, Honorable Yolanda C. Granda.
Dynamic officers of the Philippine Librarians Association Incorporated, the National Library of the Philippines, and the National Commission for Culture and the Arts, National Committee on Libraries and Information Services, our eminent keynote speaker, Honorable Roman Romulo, esteemed colleagues, dear delegates, ladies and gentlemen, a very pleasant day to everyone. The PLAI Online Congress is fast shaping up to be a highly anticipated annual event on a digital platform. This makes me much more honored now that we are meeting again for such events staging this 2021. I enjoin everyone to stay focused along with the rest of us throughout this event's 4-day duration, despite the limitations posed by digital media and highly varied participant locations. We remain committed to make the most out of this annual event, especially after our successful staging of our first ever online congress last year. To hit up our forum, let us all get inspired by the theme set for this year's online Congress: Outcomes, Outreach, Outstanding. Once again, let us call to mind PLAI's mission of building, nurturing, and promoting all libraries in the country and fostering our members' professional growth and well-being. This mission must be pursued against all odds, and this pandemic is still pestering us will not block our way. For the year 2021, we have set challenging Congress objectives. We have to stretch our wings and expand our imagination to be able to surmount walls that act as barriers that attempt to deter us from attaining our objectives. After all, aren't libraries gateways to knowledge and culture? This long accepted role that libraries play in society provides a strong reason for the extra push to go against obstacles posed by the pandemic walls. The need to strengthen libraries' capacities to provide updated and comprehensive collections of resources cannot be overemphasized. Even our library and information science graduates, fresh from colleges and universities, fully recognize libraries' invaluable roles and are strongly committed to do their part. They are well equipped with the competencies needed by libraries and come prepared for service delivery based on professional standards. Thus, the service they render in their workstations are well aligned with the best practices in their specific fields of endeavor. Our young librarians bring along with them the required competencies to deliver outcomes-based library programs and services and are well capable of contributing to plans to enhance this. Regardless of the brevity of their tenure as librarians, and even as fresh graduates, the quality of their education as future librarians is expectedly built on outstanding standards. The walls posed by the new normal environment may be broken down by our outcomes-based objectives. This time, hopefully fueled so much by creative minds capable of generating out-of-the-box programs for upgrading library collections and service capabilities. Outreach programs, a large part of this. A forum such as what we are having today and in the next 3 days to come is hoped to be the birthing venue of ideas and action plans on how we can be instrumental in pushing our library resources and service scope outside their present capabilities, whether these be academic, school, special, or public libraries. For one, having a library for every city and municipality has remained a long-cherished dream for us. We hope to finally be able to optimally reach end users of our resources. This must now be accorded a collective passion so that an overstaying dream can finally be driven towards becoming a reality. Given our collective resolve to innovate, to flex our muscles, to strongly push library outreach programs as intervention tools, and to promote outstanding services, we should be able to make significant strides towards achieving our targeted end results, driving all this towards sustainability. Our starting point is to think boldly with a passionately renewed outlook and drive as we set specific and attainable goals, identifying realistic timeframes and prerequisites for the same. Let us run this as a collective body through the unforgiving lens of tried and tested assessment processes. Let us start generating brilliant ideas and action plans. Analyze this and set the gear into motion. Starting now. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Granda. Mabuhay po kayo at maraming salamat pong muli. Moving on to share the mechanics of the Congress, I would like to call on the Executive Vice President of PLAI, who has been organizing the PLAI Congress for 3 consecutive years, plus one pa, including the one in Bacolod in 2017 when she helped me co-organize the Congress. So total of 4, everyone. We have Miss Elisa Garcia.
Welcome participants to PLAI Online Congress. This is going to be wonderful PLAI Congress. As long as everyone observes these few simple rules, be on time for each virtual session. As a best practice, be just a few minutes early. Before the start of each presentation, make sure that you are muted so that everyone will hear what the speaker is saying. If in case you will be cut off because of poor signal, click the link again provided to you in group to be able to return in the webinar. Take down notes during the webinar. If you have questions, use the chat box for the moderator to note it. Accomplish the course from day 1 to day 4 and answer the assessment. Participants not accommodated via Zoom may view through live streaming at YouTube. The e-certificate will be sent to the attendee's registered email address upon completion of the course and assessment. Always remember your username and password to log into webinars.plai.org.ph to generate your e-certificate. Sit back, listen, and have a good time learning with us. Learning gives creativity. Creativity leads to thinking. Thinking provides knowledge. Knowledge makes you great.
Created using Powtoon.
Yan, maraming salamat po, Ma'am Lisa. So, I hope to all our participants you're able to absorb everything that Ma'am Lisa mentioned about the mechanics of the Congress. So, makakakuha pa rin naman po kayo ng certificate. Basta lang po mag-fill out kayo ng evaluation form towards the end of our online Congress. Okay, now let us continue with our plenary speakers. I know you are all anticipating a wonderful discussion today. Our first speaker is the head librarian of the University of the Philippines College of Engineering Libraries. She has more than 24 years of solid exposure in managing libraries and information centers. She has been instrumental in the success of many innovative library modernization projects, including joint projects with government institutions and non-government organizations, most notably our library projects, programs which she initiated, conceptualized, and/or developed. Our speaker is a 3-time awardee of the UP Gawad Chancellor Award for 2009, 2015, and 2021, which elevated her recently to the UP Gawad Hall of Fame, the highest and the most prestigious university award given to a professional who has attained high level of performance, demonstrated good leadership, and exemplified honor and excellence within the service of the university and the country. She has also served as speaker or resource person in various seminars, training workshops, and conferences for different professional library associations in the Philippines. Furthermore, her research papers are presented and disseminated in national and international conferences, and some of them are published either as part of the conference proceedings or as journal articles. On leadership and involvement with the library profession, she has led two professional library associations in the national level as president, namely Philippine Association of Academic and Research Librarians or PAARL, and the Consortium of Engineering Libraries of the Philippines. For her exemplary and worthy contribution to the development of academic librarianship in the country, she was awarded the 2018 Outstanding Academic Research Librarian Award, a national level recognition from the Philippine Association of Academic and Research Librarians. She earned her Bachelor of Science in Social Work and Master of Library and Information Science degrees from the University of the Philippines, Diliman. To talk about COVID-19 and Philippine academic libraries, we have Miss Sharon Maria Esposo Betan.
Magandang umaga, Pilipinas. Naimbag nga bigatyo amin. Maayong buntag, maayong adlaw. Good morning to all PLAI members. Thank you, PLAI, for this opportunity to be part of the PLAI Congress once again. Today, I am going to discuss the result of a study on the impact of COVID-19 to academic libraries. This research was undertaken with Ms. Ana Fresnido, former director of De La Salle University Libraries. Last June of this year, we conducted a study to determine the impact of COVID-19 to academic libraries in the Philippines. We explored how the pandemic is shaping libraries and library services of the future. There are more than 161 library directors, chief librarians, or head librarians from Northern and Southern Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao regions who actively participated in the survey. And as promised, I'm going to present to you today the results of the study. COVID-19 was believed to have initially occurred in Wuhan, China in December 2019. And since then, it has spread rapidly into other cities and internationally, causing a global outbreak. In the Philippines, the first suspected case, a Chinese national, was investigated in January 2020. With the growing concern on COVID-19, the Commission on Higher Education, or CHED, released an advisory in mid-February 2020, encouraging all higher educational institutions, or HEIs, to conduct screening protocols, avoid attending and holding activities with huge number of participants, ban all travels to China, and require students and personnel who traveled abroad to undergo quarantine. After only about a couple of months, the number of COVID cases ballooned, prompting the Philippine government to impose community quarantine on March 16, 2020. Classes were suspended, mass gatherings were prohibited, travels were likewise suspended. All establishments, with the exemption of those providing essential services, were given orders to close. Only one representative per household was allowed to go out to buy basic necessities. Following the President's announcement on the community quarantine, CHED released a series of advisories reiterating the suspension of face-to-face classes and the on-the-job trainings or OJTs, internships, and practicum, and also urge HEIs to ensure that all plans and decisions take into consideration the safety and health of students and school personnel. With the suspension of face-to-face classes, all other services provided by colleges and universities must likewise be offered online. Libraries, for one, have rapidly adapted their services and policies during the lockdown and introduced new activities. And so, we determined the readiness of academic libraries to provide online services and resources in the pre-COVID-19 period, or at the onset of the community quarantine in the Philippines in March 2020. We also look into the different initiatives and innovations introduced by academic libraries during the quarantine period so as to continuously provide services and access to resources in the absence of face-to-face interaction. Furthermore, we explored the different issues and challenges encountered by academic libraries in the delivery of library services during the pandemic, and finally, find out how academic librarians envisions the post-COVID-19 era of academic libraries in the country. For our research methodology, the study made use of descriptive quantitative method. The survey instrument was developed by the authors and was divided into 3 parts. First, the pre-pandemic status. Second, during the pandemic or current status. And third, how librarians envision academic libraries to be in the post-pandemic era. The items focused on the provision of library resources and services and how academic libraries were compelled to adapt to the changing circumstances brought about by the pandemic. Face validity was established with the help of 3 experts. Pilot testing was conducted with the staff from a small academic library as respondents. Google Form was used to create the online survey form. The survey was administered in June 2021. The link to the form was sent to the email addresses of the respondents. To help ensure the widest participation possible, invitation to take part in the survey was also posted in social media. We sought help from library associations, from PLAI regional councils, from our network of friends in Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao. Sampling was purposive, specifically targeting academic library administrators, the library directors, the chief librarians, university librarians, or head librarians, as they are expected to be able to provide for a more holistic view of their respective libraries. 161 library administrators responded, where all the regions were represented, although majority were from NCR and Region 4A, most likely because it is in these regions where most HEIs are situated. Zamboanga Peninsula and Bangsamoro had the least number of respondents. The spreadsheet was used to process data, which were presented in simple tables, graphs, and charts. Responses to the open-ended questions were analyzed and manually coded using inductive coding. Now, for the findings of the study. As to the status of academic libraries before the pandemic, in terms of the library's preparedness to provide online resources before the pandemic, a combined total of 40.37% of the respondents were highly prepared and prepared to provide online resources to their clients even before the pandemic. Majority of them are situated in the NCR and Region 4A, quite a big portion, though 35.40% rated themselves somewhat prepared, 22.98% not prepared, and 1.24% undecided, which means less than half of the surveyed libraries were hybrid. As to the status of academic libraries before the pandemic on the availability of e-reference services, a combined total of 42.86% academic libraries rated themselves highly prepared and prepared to provide e-reference service, indicating the need for more than half of the surveyed libraries to invest on a strong internet service provider, subscribe to e-resources, and train their librarians so they too can provide virtual or e-reference services. Next is the status of academic libraries during the pandemic. As of June 2021, 44.72% of academic libraries in the country were physically closed, while the rest, 55.28%, have already decided to open their respective libraries. 95% of libraries that were physically closed continued to render service to their clients. Providing service despite the physical restrictions imposed by the lockdown is a practice adopted by libraries in most countries worldwide, compelling academic libraries to change the way they do things. As expected, services delivered online proved to be quite extensive. Libraries took an active role in the development of the students' information literacy skills. Hence, conducting virtual library orientation and information literacy sessions showed to be a common service. E-reference service was the second most common service provided. The holding of online exhibits seemed to have also become the trend. The respondents also made sure that access to digital resources was made available to support online teaching, learning, and research. Other services rendered were document delivery service, loaning of materials, online tutorials, promotion of online content, and the holding of online events. E-reference service was an initiative that most libraries embarked on during the pandemic. Providing access to digital resources appeared to be a newly introduced service, and so is conducting virtual library orientation or information literacy sessions. Work from home arrangements was also introduced. Other initiatives that were carried out during the pandemic were the creation of social media accounts, loan policy adjustments, promotion of online content, document delivery service, website updating, staff training on digital competencies, digitization, library networking, online events, delivery of book loans to clients, online tutorials, establishments of institutional repositories, interlibrary loan, and online exhibits. As to problems encountered in continuously providing library services, limited online resources or its unavailability were problems assumed to have been caused by inadequate funding, faced by 56.52% of the respondents, and further aggravated by budget cuts, which 63.35% of the respondents had to endure, and the lack of support from administration experienced by 15.53% of the respondents. Issues concerning library personnel proved to be prevalent, such as health and safety, reassigning of roles and responsibilities, lack of digital literacy skills, job insecurity, extended work hours, and the lack of cooperation. Limited or the lack of on-site service was also regarded as a major concern by many. Internet connectivity issues occupied the third spot among the problems, as internet connection in the country has always been slow and unreliable, or at times even unavailable. Since the only means to provide access to resources that were not born digital is to convert them into digital format, issues on copyright also emerge. Libraries were also obliged to adjust their loan policies, usually imposing no definite due dates and waiving overdue fines, resulting to frequent record adjustments and decreased library income, respectively. Respondents identified library personnel to have been greatly affected by the pandemic, particularly the need to retool and improve ICT competencies, being able to work efficiently, independently with the work from home setup, requiring staff to perform other assignments when working on site was not feasible. Some were even transferred to other offices or departments so they can be retained. Others had to be retrenched because they were considered as non-essential workers. Those who were able to keep their jobs had to battle with the thoughts of possibly losing them eventually, hence suffer from mental health issues. Staff who had to report on site suffer from the same, since they were required to undergo home quarantine lasting between 7 to 14 days. The thought that they may have been infected with the virus in their workplace continue to haunt them. The negative impact of the pandemic to library utilization in general is undeniable. Severely affected was the usage of printed materials. Utilization of online resources was also affected since some students have no internet access. The use of library facilities was restricted. Hence, no users were accommodated and only the staff were allowed inside. Some of the facilities, like discussion rooms, were also repurposed to accommodate faculty members who preferred holding online classes inside the campus. Collection development was also significantly affected, primarily because of the need to prioritize acquisition or subscription to digital resources. The shift in the collection development directions and decisions has greatly influenced the way financial resources were allocated. The sad part is that funding rose to be a major concern as libraries suffered from budget cuts caused by the decrease in the number of enrollees. The respondents envision academic libraries in the post-pandemic era to still be hybrid, although digital resources will most likely gain prominence over printed resources because more budget will be allotted for this. Libraries are also envisioned to embark on open access publishing through institutional repositories. With the robust digital collection, access to library resources is expected to be made available 24/7 remotely. The practice of blended librarianship will be embraced by librarians, which means that they will be part of the teaching and learning process. Most services will continue to be offered online. Hence, the work from home setup is expected to stay. Consequently, a reduction in the investment to facilities improvement is presumed, and so is staff downsizing. While on-site services may resume, minimum health protocols will continue to be imposed. Interestingly, the respondents' vision of what academic libraries will be in the post-pandemic era is identical to how they perceive their respective libraries to be after the pandemic is over. And finally, the conclusion. COVID-19 has pushed libraries and librarians in the Philippines to innovate their services and develop their digital resources, thus speeding the digital transformation process. The shared experiences of academic libraries in the Philippines amidst the pandemic and how they were able to rise above the challenges they were confronted with as they shift their services to online mode may serve as a guide and help inspire other libraries in developing countries faced with similar situations. Thank you and enjoy the rest of the PLAI Congress.
Okay, maraming salamat po, Ma'am Sharon Maria Esposo Betan. Alam ko po, baka marami na po kayong tanong kay Ma'am Sharon, but unfortunately po, she won't be able to join us in the open forum. Pero okay lang po yan. You can still type in your questions and submit it through our Slido by going to slido.com/PLAI2021. That's PLAI 2021. So kahit hindi po siya makasali, maaari pa rin po kayong magpadala ng inyong mga katanungan dahil ipapadala po namin ito kay Ma'am Sharon para po masagot at i-email po namin lahat sa inyo. Okay. So, our next speaker works as a senior product manager at one of our platinum sponsors, Electronic Information Solutions Incorporated, and has been with the company for almost 7 years. He is also currently a part-time LIS lecturer at the University of the East Manila and Cagayan State University Carig Campus. He is one of the board of directors of the Association of Special Libraries in the Philippines, or ASLP, the incoming secretary of PLAI NCRLC 2022-2023, and the 2021 SLA Asia Young Professional Librarian Awardee by the Special Libraries Association Asian Community. To talk about library, classroom, home connection, reaching users in time of pandemic, we have from EISI, Mr. Kevin Conrad Tansyonko.
Good morning, Ma'am Rhea. Good morning to everyone. So thank you very much for the opportunity to be with you this morning and to be one of your platinum sponsor. And let me share my screen. Okay, so I hope everyone can see my screen now. And let me start by saying good morning, everyone. Maayong aga, maayong buntag, wherever you are in the Philippines or even in abroad. Thank you very much for being with us today. Started to learn with this PLAI Congress 2021. My discussion for this morning is about library, classroom, home connection, reaching users in time of pandemic. This was an idea of our founder, Sir Roel, with regards to how libraries can definitely reach our classrooms and at the same time having a home connection given that we are in a pandemic situation. So once again, I'm Kevin Conrad Shonko, the Senior Product Manager of Electronic Information Solutions Incorporated, which is a platinum sponsor for this PLAI Congress 2021. So my main topic today is to give you an insight on libraries in time of pandemic since 2020 that we started to close our physical spaces. At the same time, to see how libraries can connect to classroom and home. If you can remember, before the pandemic came, what we do is to have a connection to our classrooms and to our students within the university, within the school, or within the institution that we are working, to make sure that they can access all the possible information that we can offer in our libraries. But at the same time, when COVID pandemic came, not only in the Philippines, but in the entire world, we need to continue to work on how we can reach our users outside of our institution. That's the time majority of our librarians and libraries transition to make sure that online access to information, programs, and services are available, and to give you a conclusion of how the Philippines is working it right now and how we can use technologies that are available in the market to provide those kind of programs and services. Let me start by the libraries and pandemic. According to Rafiq et al. In 2020, libraries were left unprepared for this crisis, but ready to improvise. New services and strategies have been observed to counteract the impact of the pandemic. Though this is a pressing issue of concern, researches discussing the impact of COVID-19 on libraries and information centers are still limited and scarce. Specifically, when the pandemic started, I think there is not that much literature that can help us, and at the same time that could guide and assist us on how we transition to the new normal, because it's been about a lot of years since a pandemic like this came in the history of the world. So everyone was shocked and thinking on how we can transition. That's why, if you can remember, in March 2020, our libraries were closed. And up to this moment, there are limited access to the physical libraries we are working. Also, Flores and myself in 2020 have a study on academic and special libraries in time of pandemic. Many of our respondents, 25%, find paradigm shift as their main misstep due to the fast-paced adjustment brought about by numerous factors such as the varying quarantine measures imposed by the government during the lockdown period. And as you can see earlier with the presentation of Ma'am Sharon, we can see there that there are a lot of things that our librarians and libraries needs to adjust, with a lot of themes and a lot of discussion that has been presented. So everyone is not ready. But a long time, and you can see right now, almost 2 years in this time of pandemic, we can still we continue and we try ourselves to innovate and be creative in doing programs and services for our clients. To continue, while there are libraries that have a strong foundation in both their physical and digital collections, there are still libraries that are in the nascent phase of developing their digital resources. And if you can observe, for almost 2 years now, there are so many available open educational resources, or OER, that you can access online. At the same time, open access resources coming from our partners, publishers, aggregators, and some public domains materials that are available online. That was the one of the resources that majority or most of the libraries has been using to allocate and at the same time to supplement their digital collections, because some subscriptions are too expensive that they cannot easily acquire or they cannot easily subscribe. So the good thing with our very friendly and helpful publishers, they were able to provide us at least a limited access, and some up until now are still accessible to our librarians and libraries as a help to this time of pandemic. Most of libraries provide access and delivery of its services through library websites, social media networking sites, and other online library platforms. This was our assistance and at the same time our platform to make sure that we can still continue to serve our clients and to make sure that we can reach wherever they are. Given the new setup of modular learning, blended learning, and online learning, libraries must cope up with this kind of digital transformation. Although these are already present in the past, unfortunately, some are not still ready when the pandemic came. So at this time of pandemic, majority are investing to the creation, to the design, and to the programming of their library websites, creating their social media networking sites, and other online library platforms that are very user-friendly and that can reach our clients. One that is very important at this time of pandemic is to make sure that we are felt and we are relevant to our users, to make sure that wherever they are, we can reach them. Now, how libraries connection to classroom and home. With the technologies that are present currently and that we have in the market, this is how we can help you with regards to your library, classroom, and home. But in general, what we are saying is that, one, to have a stable integrated library system and with the skills needed by librarians and library staff to prepare for online access to your library collections. At the same time, in classroom, to have a stable learning management system that can link your integrated library system to access the information, the collections, and the resources. And to reach our homes through mobile applications, web browsers, and at the same time, parents' involvement specifically for school libraries and school library users, it is better that everyone is informed with the technologies available in your library. We need to make sure that we can connect to our teachers for interaction and to have an educational technology platforms to make sure that our users can reach us. And at the same time, the library can reach our clients. Not necessarily just about the physical collections, but also the digital resources available. Because if you observe for the past almost 2 years, there are curbside services, book and go services where you can borrow actually physical collections, but with the highest observation of the health protocols. Combining an integrated library system with a learning management system fills a major gap in e-learning. Destiny Library Manager, which is an ILS that provides discovery and access to vetted digital content, as well as a traditional printed collection, pairing it with Teamy as a sample of LMS, multiplies the use and value of both systems and digital content. Subscribe and free, just make sure that all the collections, resources, may it be open access or subscribe, are linked to your system for easy access of your collections. So this is where and how the library, the classroom, and the home connection can be done, and to make sure that your integrated library system are app or for public access. Okay? Majority of our clients and majority of our users of the Destiny Library Manager has the ability to put it on the internet and make it available online so that clients can access the system wherever they are with their internet connection. Combining an integrated library system with a learning management system fills a major gap in e-learning. And this is where we need to continue to make sure that our technology in the library, in the learning management system, and classroom management is being integrated and being linked to one another so that we can maximize our collections in the library. At the same time, it is very important to interact, to discuss, and to collaborate with your faculty and your administrations so that everyone is informed about your library services, your collections, and at the same time, make sure that outreach is continuously observed and promotion and public access to your users. At the same time, we have technologies available specifically for hardware and software that could help you to digitize your other publications within your institution. This could be your starter for the development of your institutional repository and make it available on your library system so that everyone can have the full access to your abstracts and some of the pages of your possible theses and dissertations that you allow for access to your clients. So digitization is not new anymore, but again, there are a lot of ranges of models of scanners that you can use depending on your availability of your budget and availability of your manpower that would undergo training and that would observe the services of the digitization. And this is very helpful with the online document delivery, with the scanning of some parts of the collections, and those allowed for scanning in the library resources. Our users is our priority. As I always say to our clients and to our librarians, wherever I gave my talk, we need to continue to reach our users because they are our number one priority with regards to our services that we offer. We, honestly speaking, needs to have a good statistics for the usage of the library, the utilization of our collections to make sure that we can justify for the budget needed for subscription and for access in this kind of subscription. That's why always remember, my dear librarian, always prioritize your users. And everything that you plan and everything that you forecast for the next 5 years or 10 years of your libraries, always put the number one priority is your user. Number one to ask, where is your user currently? What are the resources that your user needs? How can I reach my users? How can I promote my collection to my users? And all of those things. SWOT analysis is very important for you to check on the strengths, weaknesses, and opportunities and threats of your library. Information is very important as our main product in the library that we provide on our clients, whatever format it is. And at the same time, we also check on the time on how it reflected on how fast we provide services to our clients, and by providing the right information on the right time. At the same time, how times circulation is happening in our collection, may it be online or may it be digital or printed collection. On the available resources where clients can use on their academic, research needs, or even for leisure reading, specifically for those who have the favorite in reading and fiction and storytelling for the school libraries and others. But always remember that you need to always check on the feedback of your users. Important factor to check to evaluate current program and services and will be your indicators and basis of your enhancement and upgrade of the program. Feedback is very important in deciding and planning for future projects, programs, and for the continuity of the programs that you have currently. In conclusions, librarians shall continue to adapt to the ever-changing landscape of library services and work. Being in this time of challenges is an eye-opener to all on the opportunities the digital application can bring to our development and by helping us to be more relevant today and in the future. Digital transformation is a big help to fully support our clients wherever they are and on whatever time they need the information. Always remember that we are the one who can help them on their information need. We are the librarians and the information professional who are always ready to support our readers, our clients today, tomorrow, and in the future. Let's make our profession to continue to be relevant even this time of pandemic. With that, thank you very much for the PLAI Congress 2021 team, for the association for allowing us and giving us the opportunity for this presentation. You can find me on Instagram, Facebook, and LinkedIn, and even on YouTube, Ken the Librarian. Once again, thank you very much. Madamo gid nga salamat.
Ayan. Maraming salamat, Ken the Librarian. Kevin, thank you so much for always supporting PLAI and also a lot of Library Association activities. No? Maraming salamat. Okay, once again, this is the PLAI Online Congress 2021. This year's theme is Outcome, Outreach, Outstanding. This is brought to you by the Philippine Librarians Association Incorporated in partnership with the National Commission for Culture and the Arts through the National Committee on Libraries and Information Services and the National Library of the Philippines. So we just had wonderful speakers this morning, and I'm sure you have questions in your mind already. Please don't forget to submit your questions through our Slido by going to slido.com/PLAI 2021. That's PLAI 2021. Okay, now let us begin answering those questions. So, may I call on Kevin here to join me? There are some questions also for you. Okay, I know that Kevin, you're a librarian din naman, so I'm sure you can answer the questions also based on your experience. Okay, and to our participants, it's okay. You can still post your questions in Slido, even if they're addressed to Ma'am Sharon. Like I mentioned a while ago, we'll gather them all and send them to Ma'am Sharon so that Ma'am Sharon can reply and will email you back her answer to your questions. Okay, so Kevin, mukhang ikaw ang sasagot, no? Sa lahat ng mga tanong. Okay. So what do you think, Kevin, no? So for the time being, you think our services in the library would be conducted online? For the time being, no? Kumbaga, although there are some already universities and schools, diba, trying face-to-face. Pero what do you think, no? Based on your experience and your probably interview with some librarians, which I think you're always doing, diba? What do you think, no? So do you think our library services will be conducted online in the long run?
Yes, Ma'am Rhea. Actually, when we forecasted, when the pandemic came in 2020, we forecasted for about 3 to 5 years that definitely we're having an online. Although this is not backed up by research, but definitely upon observation to our clients and to our interviews to some librarians and attending congresses and conferences abroad, one of the things that is very clear is that COVID or the pandemic most probably will not leave us definitely 100%. That's why, as I'm telling you earlier, it is an eye opener to everyone to invest on digital applications. Not necessarily we're saying that it will be fully online for the next years to come, but definitely it will be one of the most used applications in the library. Before pandemic came, it was already a discussion of digital application. It's just that we have a lot of options. It's just that we can visit the library, the physical library. We love to talk to other people physically. But when COVID came, we don't have any option but to really transition. So I think based on our observations to that question, it will really be one of our major tasks to work on digital applications online, maybe not necessarily 5 years, maybe in the next 2 or 3 years still we continue, and I would love to encourage everyone to continue to learn with these digital applications as much as possible. And palagi ko po sinasabi, I think this is also our way to make our profession more attractive to the new generations of librarians to come because of the availability of applications.
Yes, thank you so much, Kevin. No, talagang we really have to learn the digital skills now, 'di ba? Because that's the way to go. I mean, I think the pandemic
Yes.
really pushed us to transition, 'di ba? And to go to online resources. And I think yung study ni Ma'am Sharon a while ago, 'di ba? Yung tungkol sa preparedness ng research academic libraries. Talagang it was stated there that the respondents, no, na academic librarians, they're just somewhat prepared. And malaking challenge talaga yung presence ng mga online resources. And I think since we're really pushed, 'di ba? Sabi mo nga, maybe it takes time for us to learn, but really, 'di ba, doon na talaga tayo papunta.
Yeah.
Okay? Yan. Thank you so much, Kevin. We have one question here again, but I think this question will be sent to Ma'am Sharon. The question is, I'll just read it anyway. Problems arise from the study of academic library. I think sabi niya, yun bang mga problema that arise from the study of academic libraries, could they be addressed in this time of pandemic? Okay, so I'll to the person who asked this question, don't worry, we'll send this to Ma'am Sharon. Okay, then yeah, another question here. Maybe Kevin, you can also answer this, no? From an anonymous participant. Sabi niya, good day. Can you share your policy or probably based again on your experience, Kevin, no, on online services in this time of pandemic? Ano yung
Mm.
sa tingin mong mga dapat na kung may online policy ba? What could be the content of that online policy so as to guide our libraries?
Yeah.
Yeah, things
I
like
think
that.
there is no exact policy that can be used. Definitely.
Mm-hmm.
Based on our research also, we've researched on COVID pandemic response for actually the different types of libraries in the Philippines already. So we have two researches co-authored with Ms. Ruana Flores on special libraries, public, school, and academic on COVID response. Actually, we cannot see any policy, online policy, being drafted maybe or being available currently, and there is no fit one policy. But one thing that I can recommend and I think that you can consider in doing so is that one, it's the Data Privacy Act. That's very important because you are on the online world. So very important to consider how do you do your programs. Do you allow recordings of your information literacy sessions, of your library orientations available? How do you do that? I think that's one that you need to check on and to consider. And another that you can also think of is that online programs and services actually depends on your clients, what your community is, what is your institution, what's the purpose of your services. So that's one thing. That's why it's really hard to have a standard or to have a one policy that could be recommended because again we actually have our own policies on how we do programs and services in the library that we work. It's just that one that is very salient in terms of its transition is the platform where you do it. So it's just on. So let's just be very careful and posting and recording and the like. Just to share with you, we have a storytelling session. Last 2 weeks, I've been invited by university to have 4 sessions of storytelling sessions. But on the program, we are allowed to do documentation, but not for posting. Only my face is allowed to be posted because I gave the what they call this the advice that I am allowing to do so. But with regards to the kids, definitely you are not allowed as much as possible if you did not get an authorization coming from their parents. So something like that. Be mindful of this kind of aspects, and at the same time the algorithm, especially if you're using social media networking sites and the like. But on the usual library services, I think it's easy to transition and to adjust with regards to that. Thank you, Maria.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you so much, Kevin. So, besides we already have a lot of policies at the library, 'di ba?
Yeah.
Pero maganda yung sinabi mo na we should add on to it, 'di ba? Lalo na yung mga data privacy and so many other aspects, 'di ba? We have already collection development policy, mga manual of operations. I think we just need to
Okay.
revise them to adjust to the times, 'di ba? To respond to what's currently happening. Okay. Thank you so much, Kevin. Then we have another question here for Ma'am Sharon. I'll just read it anyway, okay? Para naman to our participant who asked this question, you know that your question is read, okay? Don't worry. To Ma'am Sharon, do you have any data on how many librarians have been laid off during the COVID-19 pandemic? This is a good question because we need to have para di ba statistics how many librarians were laid off, because we're hearing a lot of stories that a lot of librarians, given this time, di ba, we have to tighten the budget. And one office that normally organizations look into, that they're very cautious about, di ba, and wary, ay yung library. So maganda yon, magandang tanong po. Don't worry, we will send this to Ma'am Sharon. Okay, another question here. Kevin, this is really for you. What scanner or other alternatives would you recommend for scanning and digitization of the collection for the libraries who are budget restricted?
Okay.
This is always a
Uh,
problem, di ba?
yeah. Actually, I fully understand that kind of situation. No? But one thing that we always tell our clients and to our librarians is be careful. One, be careful in scanning, because not all publications is okay to be digitized. Okay. To answer the question with regards to the scanner, actually, if you have budget constraint, there are available applications for scanning just in case you really don't have budget. No, we have actually available in free um applications on your phones. Actually, I know a lot of librarians who do this just to give scanning services to their faculty who are requesting because they don't have available scanners. So mobile applications actually are available. Just go to your Play Store or your App Store in your phone and look for a scanner. And another, I am very familiar because I'm using an iPhone. And if you have an iPhone, there is also a scanner for the iPhone application under Notes, which you can easily just scan, take a photo of the document, and then you can easily send it to an email. Okay. But one thing that I want to think to recommend for you is don't stop by just having that, because we wanted to provide more and better services to our people, because this kind of applications have limitations. And definitely, in the long run, we cannot provide efficient and effective services in digitization. Maybe for now, you are preparing for a budget proposal for some scanners. Actually, you can find a lot of scanners, from a very basic scanner to a very high-end scanner, or even a robotic scanner if you have millions of pesos. Definitely you can have one. But you know what? While you don't have budget, what I recommend for you to do, use the mobile applications. They're freely available so that you can still continue with your service. But don't stop from that. Also start writing your proposals. Start reading literature about digitization. Start reading brochures and product information about book and document scanners. Okay? Because not all scanners are okay for book scanning. Okay? So we need to consider that. So there's a lot of things to learn. That's why slowly keep on learning about this kind of um, activities and at the same time services, because it's very important for the next years to come that we want to push through with digitization, institutional repository, and the like.
Okay, thank you so much, Kevin. You mentioned about iPhone. Di ba mas mahal pa ang iPhone kesa sa scanner?
Ay,
May mga
actually, ma'am,
nadidinig lang
tama.
akong comment.
Definitely, totoo. Oo nga naman.
Oo, ayan. Okay,
May mas
thank you.
mura.
Oh, may mas mura that can also
Yeah.
do scanning.
Yes.
'Di ba? Oo, right. Okay, sige. Thank you so much, Kevin. Another question for Kevin. Ito, do you also do digitization of hospital medical records?
That's a good question, no?
Mm.
Definitely yes, because our projects in our services is a document and scanning solution. So we're not just focusing on libraries, but also any record centers who needs digitization services. And at the same time, the good thing with our company is that we have both software, hardware, and training. So you can just visit our website at www.eisi.com.ph and look for our products and services available. Actually, currently we have one hospital in Central Luzon that we are working for their medical records.
Yeah, that's good. That's good to know, Kevin. And related to that, since you mentioned already your website, no, meron ba kayo, where can we access? There's a participant who's asking, where can we access resources that can surely help our students learn more online? Baka meron kayong mga free dyan. Please give us links. So, school librarian itong ating respondent.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, one that I am very familiar with that up until now is providing free access to databases and even audiovisual is the eLibrary USA. So you can visit actually and look for eLibrary USA from the American spaces all over the Philippines that will provide you free access. Another is that there are available databases from the National Library of the Philippines. Maybe not all of us are aware, but the National Library of the Philippines is providing free access. So as far as I know, they subscribe to databases for the public to be used. You just need to communicate with them on how you can get the access to those subscriptions. Why I'm telling you this one? Because I can really back up on those databases. Like it's really the good databases available. I cannot guarantee kasi anything that you can find online if it's okay and if it's legit in terms of access. But whatever you can find on the internet, make sure to visit the link and have at least a time to analyze and evaluate before you share it to your clients. Because there's a lot actually available. OERs, open access. You need to look for the sites first. Not just nakita lang natin na free siya, then we share it immediately. No. Please visit it one by one, sit down and have the time to evaluate before sharing it to your clients.
Yes, I agree. No, we do have a lot of open access resources, no? But I think the critical thing that we have to do there is really to analyze and critically evaluate the content. No, if they are age appropriate and if they will really respond to the needs of the school, since the
Yes, that's
respondent, I'm sorry, the participant who asked this is a school librarian. Okay, related to that, Kevin, I would just like to say it, no? Sabi niya, good day po. As of now, we don't have library system yet. How can our library be connected to the classroom and at home? Dahil
okay.
wala pa po kami system. Baka naman you can give some pieces of advice, Kevin.
Yeah, actually,
Right.
number one, actually this time it's really your time to invest on. Specifically, if you already have your internet access, is if you, the area, the location of the school or the university already have the access to the internet, I think propose now. Have the time to sit down with your administration and talk about this. I'm not saying that it's too late, but definitely you will need this. And if you want to be an efficient library service and to an effective library services this time, online is the go-to. Although it's not it's not just the option. We still have a lot of options. If you don't have online services or you don't have an integrated library system, you need to reach out with your faculty. Talk to your teachers. Make sure that you know what they need in their classes and what they need if they are sending modular to their students. Okay? To tell you one thing that we are doing, but this is in connection to my advocacy. What I did was I partnered with teachers in Cebu and Romblon. One, they don't have internet. And secondly, they don't have systems. Everything is modular. So everything is printed. So what I did is to send them storytelling books and kits so that we can reach at home. Okay, every time the parents will go to the teacher to get their modules, we send them one storytelling book and it will be returned after a week and it will circulate to different kids until everyone use all of the collections. Okay, that's how we can reach at home because we understand that doing and schooling at home is quite not that okay with some situations, especially in the provinces when we observed it. So we are giving alternative to our kids and to build reading culture that even at home you can do reading with your parents, and we encourage parents to do storytelling. So that is just one example of reaching homes with regards to services and reading.
Yan, thank you. Thank you so much, Kevin, no? So, ito may outreach activities ka pa and 'di ba yung inyong advocacy? Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Something related to that, I think this is already answered by Kevin, no? Sabi nung ating participant, please give us links so we can access online and free resources for students. So I think this was already answered. No, Kevin mentioned about the National Library of the Philippines online resources and a lot of open access resources. No, but the key thing there is for you to evaluate them.
Yeah.
No, if they are really appropriate for the curriculum of your school. Okay, another question, Kevin. No, there should always, sa tingin mo ba, there should always be a training of digitization to library staff? Your
Um,
experience. Mm-mm. Lalo na
absolute.
for libraries going to
Yeah.
digitization projects, no?
Absolutely, we need one. We need really
Mm-mm.
training because there's a lot of misconception to digitization. Most of the time, when they hear the word digitization, some would just think of printed, I scan, and then put it on my software or put it on my drive or put it on my computer. But definitely, it doesn't end that way. There's a lot of things to think. One is the workflow of your documents. Secondly, the security of your documents, because not all documents are good for public access, right? We have actually clients who have confidential documents. So training is really important. And I believe any other software or any other innovation, any creative things that you have in the library, training is a must so that everyone has the knowledge and everyone understands how this thing works and where we are going. And I think in the setup of the Philippines, no, with our experiences, not all institutions have a lot of librarians. So we really recommend that everyone sit down on the training so that everyone is aware. Whatever happened to someone in their team, there is someone who can still help to continue the digitization, the services and the program. So I think training is a must. Not only training of the suppliers, but also your self and own education with regards to this kind. I think it's also our time to choose webinars and workshops that you want to attend to. Don't attend just for the certificates, my dear librarians. Attend because you wanted to learn. Attend because we are enhancing and upskilling something. And actually, this is a perfect time to specialize to something because there's a lot of workshops and webinars available for free, and we can actually generate a lot of knowledge, because webinars are not only from the Philippines but also international. There's a lot. So for me, training is a must. You need to really learn it the hardcore way so that you can fully understand it.
Yeah, and thank you, Kevin. Lalo na ngayon, no, during this time, there are a lot of free webinars that you can listen to even while sleeping or doing
Yeah.
something, di ba?
Yeah, yeah.
Talagang grabe ang multitasking natin ngayon. Okay, thank you. Ayan, Kevin, a lot of questions are coming in. Pero syempre, we will try to answer as much as we can given the time. Syempre. Okay. This one, Kevin, no? Although you mentioned this kanina, there was a question about tight budget, syempre, di ba? But do you think the purchase on digitization models depend always on the budget? I think what this participant is trying to say then, ano pa ba yung other mga factors, di ba, that we have to consider when we purchase, when we do or embark on a digitization project. Although
Mm,
digitization project. So ano ba ang other factors sa tingin mo? Kasi ang budget lagi namang problema, di
number
ba?
one.
Oo. So,
And,
yun.
actually, technically speaking, as much as possible, we wanted sana to, even example I am speaking as a librarian. If I am a librarian, most definitely I would love to have the best digitization model of scanners that I can get. Specifically, if I really see the need, okay, that's number one to consider. Is there really a need for this kind of scanner to the collections that I'll be digitizing? Baka mamaya documents lang naman, hindi naman archival records, or hindi naman that rare in terms of collection that we really secure and protecting. So it really speaks a lot of what scanner you wanted to use and wanted to have. But realistically speaking, it doesn't work that way. Specifically to our country. Madalas, sir, I only have 60,000. I only have 100,000. What scanners can we use for this? So we try to meet halfway. But we make sure that we recommend the best possible scanner to your need. That's why, in our case as a provider, we evaluate first how many pages you need to digitize, what documents we need to digitize. Are there hardbound books? Are there loose documents? And etc. So that we can provide the best possible scanners. But so far, the most used and I think the cheapest in the market is the SV600 of Fujitsu. It's a book style and just a lamp style, a very mobile scanner where you can bring anywhere. And then it can actually scan documents, loose documents, and even book type. So that could start our digitization journey. But again, there are cases kasi naman po na clients would have a lot of money. So may ganong case and they really wanted to have high-end scanners. But again, sometimes it doesn't meet the need just because they have the money. So we need to use it. We need to purchase this kind. I would always say that check for the need and also create a 5-year development plan for digitization. Baka mamaya there are years na wala ka nang i-scan. So sayang naman yung scanner. It will be stuck up and the like. And remember, these are hardwares. Kailangan ng support, kailangan ng monitoring, kailangan ng places where to put it so that it can function well. So ang daming kailangang i-consider. Understand first your collection. Understand also your project. Until when do I need to scan? And what's my future documents needs to be scanned? Baka mamaya hanggang 5 years lang pala yung scanning mo. And what would be the best choice? Something like that po, Ma'am Rhea.
Yan. Okay, thank you so much. So marami talaga tayong we have to consider, di ba? And we really have to think, kailangan ba? Is it really a
That's
need,
fine. Yes.
diba? Yan yung nire-reiterate mo. Okay, I'm just also gonna read some comments. We have a comment from the PLAI YouTube channel from Evelyn Mangalili. We are really in the techno age. Digital application is the new normal for libraries. We librarians must embrace this change. Sabi niya, wonderful change, good vibes lang. Okay, that's from one of our viewers in the PLAI YouTube. Okay, moving on. Kevin, another question. This is an upvoted question in Slido. Okay, most of the outsourcing products having problems in real-time access to troubleshooting that hampers library operation. So marami daw mga outsourcing products na nagkakaroon ng problema in real-time access to troubleshooting, no, that hampers library operations. Ano daw ang insights mo? So any insights about this scenario?
Okay.
Insights, piece of advice.
Yeah, definitely po. That's really one thing that you need to consider before you purchase. How they do support, how troubleshooting is done. So it's very important before you sign the PO or the purchase order. It should be clear that how they do troubleshooting, how long do we need to wait before you make way to our library system or to our software like. So it should be clear at the beginning so that expectations in the next years to come, in the months to come, and the like is guaranteed. That's why we really recommend to our dear librarians to talk with the experts in the field as much as possible, because there are a lot actually of provider who is really not into library systems and the like, but for the purpose of business, they are doing it because it's an opportunity and they are trying their best to supply. Okay, and sometime budget again constrained. That's why some of our librarians or libraries would definitely invest. So really think of and create a plan. At the same time, do a market strategy or market analysis of different products, how this company A, company B, company C provide support, who among the librarians are using this kind of system. Maybe it's very easy for us to check on our librarians, no? Just go with other librarians. How are you? Do you use this system? Do you know this system? That's one thing. If you don't have communication to experts on the field, maybe you can ask our fellows how they see this kind of system. Is this okay to invest on if we are not too knowledgeable about it? So it's very important to really review the proposals, do a market analysis as much as possible, check your suppliers, and talk to the suppliers how they do things such as support, upgrade of the systems, and the like. And definitely that could probably ease your concerns in the future with regards to your systems.
Okay. Yeah, and thank you so much, Kevin. Alam mo, there are a lot of questions coming in, pero syempre we don't have the luxury of time, but we still have time for maybe one or two questions, okay? Ito, Kevin. Sir Kevin, I am currently working in our records office handling records of high school students. Now, how and what probably digitization equipment siguro itong tanong niya will you recommend?
Okay. With regards to records kasi, specifically in student records, we have actually those fast-moving scanners. Okay? Especially if these are new documents pa naman, hindi pa siya punit-punit or hindi pa lumang-luma, and we can still use the fast-moving scanners, we can definitely use that. Because one thing, the purpose of the document is not that the same level with archives collection. That's why in archives collection, we recommend high-end scanners as much as possible because it's very unique documents. With the student records, specifically, if it's new records, we can use actually a lot of scanners, which is the usual scanners that we use in our offices. Again, do an inventory of the records as much as possible. Know the current status and the current conditions of the papers. Kasi kung mga 1980s, 1960s yan na student records, baka kailangan nating mas is consider yung scanner. But if it's new records, 2,000 lang, etc., I think kaya pa niyang dumaan dun sa mga usual scanners natin na I just forgot how they call it, pero yung dumadaan lang na back to back, they can scan it one time, and they can scan about 50 pages per minute, 100 pages per minute, and the like. So depending on the inventory, how many, so that you can have a better plan on when to finish the digitization and the like.
Yan. Thank you so much, Kevin. No, we still have a lot of questions, but we don't have time. If you have access to Slido, you can reply to these questions probably. Okay, so ito na lang for the last question. Any last piece of advice or message to our librarians who are going to embark on a digitization project or are currently transitioning, 'di ba, from the traditional print resources to having mga online resources and all these technologies in their libraries?
Yeah. Actually, the number one that I keep on thinking was to brace yourself, really. It's really for us to be prepared. Because one thing is that it's very hard to propose, it's very hard to justify if we don't understand what we are proposing. That's why it's very important to study our proposals, study this kind of technologies, study your plans before you discuss it with your administrators. Because the administrators would have a different thinking of way in terms of this kind of investments, especially this time that enrollments are coming down, low enrollment specifically for private institutions and the like. So one, really study your proposals and study these technologies so that when they ask you, you can definitely answer. And second, if they disapprove, most probably there is a probability 50% i-disapprove nila pag nakita nila lalo ang presyo. Don't stop. As much as possible, don't stop. As long as you are there, you are working as a librarian, push for innovation, push for developments. Maybe not now, next year, maybe on the next year to come, they will invest. Because sometimes, in some cases, when the administrator disapprove, they also stop proposing. Kasi nasaktan sila na hindi ako mahalaga, ayaw nila sa gusto ko and the like. What I would love to encourage and to recommend is don't stop, because always remember we are doing this for our client. It's not for ourselves. It is we are doing and we are proposing this for the development of our library services and not for us personally. So that's why continue to advocate for it, so that they will feel that my librarian is very proactive. My librarian is very optimistic to the things that he or she wants to do in the future developments of the library. So yun, work it out on your presentation skills also, so that you can definitely get the approval soon.
Yan, thank you so much, Kevin. Well said. No, talagang we need to be outstanding. Talagang
Yes.
in line with our theme, diba? Outstanding librarians and information professionals. So once again, thank you so much, Mr. Kevin Conrad Tanshonko, and also to Ma'am Sharon Maria Esposo Betan, who is unable to join us in the open forum, but also thank you so much. And thus, we would like to award you our certificate of appreciation. The certificate reads, the Philippine Librarians Association Incorporated, in partnership with the National Commission for Culture and the Arts, through the National Committee on Library Information Services and the National Library of the Philippines, awards this certificate of appreciation to Maria Sharon Esposo Betan and Kevin Conrad Tanshonko for being our resource speakers during the PLAI National Congress 2021 and General Assembly with the theme Outcomes, Outreach, Outstanding, held online from November 23 to 26, 2021, given this 23rd day of November 2021. Signed by the Executive Vice President Elisa V. Garcia and the PLAI President Emma M. Ray. So thank you once again, Kevin, and of course, Ma'am Sharon, mabuhay po kayo.
Thank you very much.
Okay, now let us have our break to allow us to digest what we have learned so far. Let us use this break to grab our lunch and stretch a bit. We will see you again in an hour, okay? Thank you. And don't forget, don't worry, your attendance will be checked later on when you leave the Zoom webinar. That's the time that you will have to fill out an attendance sheet, no? So huwag kayong mag-alala, hindi naman po kayo mawawala ng attendance. Okay. Enjoy your lunch. Okay, bye. See you in an hour.
Good afternoon. Today I'm going to talk about data librarianship as an alternative career in the Philippines.
Hello again to all of our almost 2,500 participants. Kumusta po kayo? Nakakain po ba at nakapahinga kahit kaunti? I hope you are all ready for our afternoon session. By the way, we are also live via the PLAI YouTube channel. Welcome back, everyone, and good afternoon. Once again, this is the PLAI Online Congress 2021. This year's theme is Outcome, Outreach, Outstanding. This is brought to you by the Philippine Librarians Association Incorporated in partnership with the National Commission for Culture and the Arts through the National Committee on Libraries and Information Services and the National Library of the Philippines. I am Rhea Rowena U. Apolinario, a faculty member at the University of the Philippines School of Library and Information Studies, your host and moderator for today. To our participants, should you have questions to any of our speakers, kindly submit your questions through our Slido by going to slido.com/PLAI2021. That's PLAI 2021. If you have a similar question to what has already been posted by our participants, please upvote that question by clicking on the thumbs up sign so that question can be prioritized. Maraming salamat po. Okay, with that, let us move on to our afternoon session. Our next speaker is a full-time faculty member at the UP School of Library and Information Studies, where he teaches information technology, management and marketing, research methodology, and statistical analysis. He is also currently the director of the Diliman Learning Resource Center. Prior to that, he was an information specialist at the College of Engineering Library, where he was in charge of the system and network administration and the learning commons. He recently finished his master's degree at the Technology Management Center in UP Diliman. Currently, his research specialization covers applied informatics and digital scholarship. He is also the co-founder and co-chair of the Data Librarianship Special Interest Group. To talk about data librarianship as an alternative career in the Philippines, we have Professor Dan Anthony Dorado.
Good afternoon. Today, I'm going to talk about data librarianship as an alternative career in the Philippines. Before I start, I would like to thank PLAI for giving me this opportunity to talk about one of my advocacy, which is promoting data librarianship in our profession here in the Philippines. For this talk, I'm going to talk about what is data librarianship. I'm going to talk about why is it an emerging specialization among librarians, not only here in the Philippines, but all over the world, especially in the Western world. And why is it an alternative career for Filipino librarians? So when we talk about data librarianship, I know the term is fairly new, but what a data librarian do is not new to us because we typically know data librarianship as a subset of what reference librarianship do, which is to provide information and data needed by researchers and scholars. So we can make the argument that in 1876, Samuel S. Green were already doing data librarianship, but the traditional reference service at that time is a reference librarian would direct a researcher or a scholar to where could that he or she find published data sets or published statistics by government offices or by a non-government agency. And then come the time kung saan naging digital na yung data na hinahandle at kinokolekta ng mga researchers. For a time, they didn't give the rein, they didn't let librarians manage those digital data because we don't have the facility. So at the early stage of these data sets, they were stored and managed in data centers. But eventually, they realized that they need someone to manage, specifically make this data accessible for the instance na kakailanganin nila to. So they reach out to librarians and ask us if we can organize these data sets, assign proper metadata, so that kapag kakailanganin uli nila itong mga data sets na to in the future, madali silang ma-access. So dun pumasok yung konsepto ng data service librarian. And then eventually na-realize ng mga data service librarian na ang hirap i-manage ng mga data ng mga researchers because iba-iba sila ng format, iba-iba sila ng standard. So they said, dapat sa simula pa lang nung research endeavor, part na agad ng team, part na ng research team yung librarian, so that they could set ways to properly document, ma-set na nila kung ano yung format na kailangang maging format ng data, so that pagdating sa side ng mga librarian, mas madali na yung pagpaprocess at pagmamanage nun. And then eventually, lumaki yung scope ng data. Lumaki by definition, dumami ang kinoconsider na data ng mga researcher. Dati, pag sinabing data, it's just the responses in a survey or the transcript of an interview. But with digital data, any data that can be used for scholarly work, for research, is data. So it can be software, it can be algorithm, it can be emails, anything. So mas lumawak yung kailangang i-manage ng mga data service librarians to the point na nagkaroon na na-coin na yung term na data brianship, kung saan yung isang librarian ay nakafocus lang talaga sa pagmamanage ng datasets and to provide data services to scholars and researchers and to the whole organization. So eventually dumami ang mga data brians. Meron na ngayong asosasyon ng mga data librarians. And then they started to identify what are the main skill sets. At the very least, what are the skill sets na dapat meron ng isang dapat mag-practice ng data librarianship. So professionals in data librarianship field have aggregated themselves the core values of traditional librarianship. So to be a data librarianship, kailangan librarian ka pa rin. So kailangan marunong ka pa rin ng selection, acquisition, preservation, and management of collections. To provide reference service, provide technical assistance to ensure the preservation and continuous access to digital collection for the entire community of users. So this is librarianship in the traditional sense. But in addition, data librarians need to know the skills required in data science, because this is the science of how we can manipulate, manage, communicate data. So data librarians also need to possess the same standard development skills as a data scientist. So those include being hacker, being a scientist, being a quantitative analyst, konting stat, an expert business person, because may konting project management din to. And these skills do not require, hindi naman kailangan nating mag-enroll sa computer science, hindi natin kailangan mag-enroll sa stat, hindi natin kailangan mag-enroll sa business. However, as a data librarian, we should have at least intermediate level of knowledge in these areas. Data librarians need to understand how to integrate multiple data technologies into the library services, because again, there are many different data formats out there. Data librarians needs the ability to hack skills to programs, extract and structure data. We also need to know the basic methods of metric studies. So pag nag-bibliometric studies tayo, kapag nag-infometrics tayo. And finally, data librarians need to acquire some of these skills gradually. So obviously, hindi mahirap i-acquire itong mga skills na to ng madalian. But also, we need not to acquire these skills agad-agad because a lot of the skill sets are still evolving. A lot of the skill sets wala pang standards. So, at intermediate level lang, we need not to be experts. The work of a data librarian involves not only data manipulation, but also human interpretation, decision making, and communication of data. In a study by McCaffrey in 2016, he suggested 3 areas of activity. So one, as data librarians, we should have a basic knowledge on how to do data management and curation. Second, to have this data visualization and geospatial representation skills. And third, have advanced data reference services. In 2016 also, Kenan presented the necessary skills for data librarians in his research, and ito yung nakikita nyo ngayon sa slide. So according to Kenan, as data librarians, we need to have interpersonal and behavioral characteristics since we're going to work closely with researchers and scholars. We need to have contextual knowledge about institutional environment because different disciplines have different types of data sets. Data usage, especially yung how to process, how to analyze those data, and the metadata schemas that are usually associated with this type of data, and then knowledge about data manipulation technologies. So, dyan papasok yung marunong ng R, marunong ng Python, marunong ng SQL, because these are the language that would enable us to manipulate and manage data effectively. As data librarians, we must transform data into something reusable and shareable that can be preserved for a long time. Because the idea is, in addition dun sa mga napapublish na work ng mga scientists natin, kailangan pati yung dataset maaaring ma-access na rin ng mga future researcher. So, for example, a dataset from the social sciences can be examined by a researcher in the hard sciences and use their point of view to make sense, to provide context, and examine those datasets in a different lens. As data librarians, we must have knowledge of metadata schemas, data repositories, datasets that are used by researchers, as well as a good notion about the diverse methodologies and diverse disciplines. Okay. However, most importantly, data librarians must possess relevant skills for data collection, data description, data literacy, systems construction, elaboration of reference services, institutional data management, and policy creation services. And if we think about it, this is something na ginagawa na natin with information. So, i-shift lang natin yung focus natin from information into data. Furthermore, a data librarian must possess necessary skills to work with any kind of data, including observational for those who are in the social sciences, or computational data and experimental data for those in the hard sciences. Data librarians must understand how investigations about data modify theories and practices theories of librarianship. Besides helping researchers to find and acquire data, as well as recommending proper data resources, such as research data services, data librarians must also offer consulting services related to data preparation and acquisition in specific disciplines. So kahit hindi tayo maging part ng research team, they would come to us and ask for our expertise in terms of those areas. Oops, sorry. So, how to, I want to become a data librarian. Paano ako magsisimula? So the development of data librarianship is related to graduate studies in librarianship and information sciences. So you don't get this at the undergrad level. Usually you get this at the graduate level. So some MLIS program offer this course. There are certification in data librarianship uh, out there, and they are interdisciplinary. In this sense, to acquire knowledge about data-oriented librarianship, there are some courses offered by international institutions. Uh, for example, uh, this one, the data management and research data management and sharing course offered online by the North Carolina University at Chapel Hill, in partnership with the Division of Information Services of the Edinburgh University. The focus of this course is on creating educational resources to empower librarians, archivists, library students in data management and curation. So I have taken this course. It's a very good course. I actually asked my research data management students to also take this course. And then after nun, saka kami may mga practical exercises on data curation, data visualization, data summarization, etc. Another course is the organization, documentation, storage, preservation and security, data management, data sharing, data lifecycle, and best practices related to research data. Another organization that provides certification for those who wants to become data librarians is the Research Data Management Librarian Academy. It's a program to enable data librarians to work in a global research intensive environment. So this is one of the earliest program I have encountered that provides training to those who would like to become data librarians. And again, it's also free. So what brought this shift in our practice? Why suddenly scholars and researchers are asking us to provide data services? It started with the phenomena of the Fourth Industrial Revolution. So the Fourth Industrial Revolution describes the evolution of information technology towards greater automation and interconnectedness. So if we really think about it, ito din yung nangyari dun sa Third Industrial Revolution, which is the digital revolution. Kung naalala nyo pa, during that time, we were so fearful na baka ma-obsolete yung ating profession, but it also gave us a lot of opportunities and new values. Kung iisipin natin, some would argue that during the digital revolution, we have a good record within the library and information science. It is why we have information science part in our name. So from library science to information science tayo because of the Third Industrial Revolution. And at least during that time, at least in terms of library services, this time was full of fairly positive developments for libraries. We gained digital catalogs, we gained electronic databases, we gained integrated library systems. It was the time of the internet. It was the time of Microsoft Office kung saan pinadali niya yung day-to-day tasks natin sa libraries. So we were we are a resilient profession and we were able to adapt uh, in that particular revolution. And we expect that we will do the same in the fourth IR. So when we hear things like artificial intelligence, blockchain, advanced robotics, these are the byproducts. These are the manifestations of the fourth industrial revolution. And what does 4IR mean to our profession? Uh, when we look at the literature, we have already been adopting many of these fourth industrial revolution technologies for quite some time now. And there are a lot of pie in the sky ideas. Pag sabing pie in the sky, masarap isipin pero wala pa tayo doon. Hindi pa natin nasusubukan, hindi pa natin nade-develop. Maraming ganong ideas na nagkalat around sa profession natin. There are actually certain libraries that are exploring the potentials of these technologies in our profession. For example, there is this project in San Jose State University. It's an IMLS funded program that examines the applications of blockchains in libraries, because blockchain is something that can provide security and anonymity. So this is something that we can exploit in our services. There's also a project in Stanford. It's a university-supported program that examines the applications of AI in libraries. So they are trying to develop systems kung saan yung mga clerical work na ginagawa natin, yung mga paulit-ulit naman na work na ginagawa natin sa mga libraries natin, baka pwede na siyang i-automate. Baka pwedeng AI na lang yung maging in charge doon so that we can do more value-adding process in our operations. Wag na tayong lumayo. Another reason why we are going towards this direction in developing more data librarians is because the scholars and the researchers here in our country are also shifting towards digital data. For example, last October, we had the first digital humanities conference. So these are people from the social sciences talking about their digital humanities project. And in their digital humanities project, they are involved in digital data, images, videos, digital text, etc. Even the government has this initiative of recruiting scholars, recruiting different people in different government agencies to study data science, so that every policy that will be created in different government organizations can be backed up by data. So magiging evidence-based na lahat ng policy, lahat ng directions na gagawin in the future. Last May 2021, they had the second Philippine Conference on Data Science and Analytics. So dito nagkikita-kita yung mga Sparta scholars, Project Sparta scholars ng DOST. If you are interested, it's a free scholarship from DOST kung saan matututo tayo ng data science concepts. So again, at the heart of these initiatives, at the heart of these conferences are data na eventually minamanage natin. And eventually lalapit sila sa atin para tulungan silang i-manage, i-curate, i-preserve, i-summarize itong mga data na to. Even in our profession, we have initiatives. Yung akala natin kaya lang tayo nagtatayo ng mga institutional repositories. Akala natin kaya lang tayo nire-require ng mga parent organization natin to have institutional repositories is para lang makisunod sa uso. And yet these are the first step in developing the practice of data librarianship, because by having data librarianship skill sets, we are able to maximize, we can fully utilize these institutional repositories. Lalo na kapag dumami yung laman ng mga institutional repositories natin. So I hope you are excited. expect the ideas filtering from these programs I have mentioned and others to take greater hold in practical library settings in the coming years. This is not a fad. This is something uh, that would stay and disrupt, change how we practice our profession, just like how the internet changed our profession during the early 90s and how social media changed our practice in the late 2010s. Like with this past innovations, the extent of adoption will likely vary from library to library. I see a huge impact sa mga special and academic libraries. And then what is important is to expect what important to expect is that this will not just be a flash of a pan. Okay? So this is something that would stay, and technologies in the fourth industrial revolution will bring about real change in our world, not only in our profession but in the world. So if we are ahead of the curve, if we are going to adopt this as early as now, we will be well positioned to adapt to the changes to come. So I hope na inspire kayo na or at least naging curious kayo sa kung ano ang potential ng data librarianship, and I hope you would consider this as your specialization later in your career. And also, I would like to invite everyone to join us in our special interest group. We started a special interest group called the Data Librarianship Special Interest Group. It is, to be honest, ito ay original, ang nagsimula po talaga nito ay si Stephen Alayon. Kung naaalala nyo, last year, PLAI Congress 2020, Wilson Chua talked about COVID bibliometrics. So Wilson Chua is a data scientist, and during the formulation of his topic, kami yung kausap niya on how can we use data science in our profession. And during his talk, he talked about if we're going to realize to take advantage of this phenomena in our profession, it must come from within. So sabi namin, since si Stephen yung nagpakilala sa amin kay Wilson Chua, why not start a special interest group so that as librarians, we can shape this particular practice so that we can drive this interest to whatever direction so we find fit. So ito po yung mga co-founder and current co-chair ng DLSIG. So si Stephen Elayon, ako, si Paul Jason Perez, and si Jan Sermieda. Nandiyan po sila ngayon nagte-technical. And I hope you become active members. If you're interested, become active members of this special interest group. When I say active members, tell us your practices in terms of data management in your organizations, in your libraries. If you encounter problems in terms of data management, or kung may pinapagawa yung parent organization nyo and you have no idea on how to execute it, kung wala namang data privacy issue, share it to the group, and as a group, pag-aralan natin, isolve natin yung problem nyo so that sabay-sabay din tayo matututo. Hindi po kami experts. We're not claiming to be experts, but we are very interested in developing this specialization within our profession. And with that, maraming salamat po sa pakikinig. Hope sumali po kayo, and take care of yourself and take care of the people around you. Again, maraming salamat po.
Okay, thank you again, Professor Dan Dorado. To all our participants, I know you have questions in your mind now, so please don't forget to submit your questions through our Slido by going to slido.com/PLAI PLAI 2021. That's PLAI 2021. Once again, this is the PLAI Online Congress 2021. This year's theme is Outcome, Outreach, Outstanding. This is brought to you by the Philippine Librarians Association Incorporated in partnership with the National Commission for Culture and the Arts through the National Committee on Libraries and Information Services and the National Library of the Philippines. Okay, now let us begin answering those questions. Sir Dan, are you ready? Okay, we have fairly, we are receiving a lot of questions right now. So, yung first question, Sir Dan, is data librarianship, would it be an alternative career for librarians in this time of new normal? So, what do you think po, Sir Dan?
I think the proper term is more of specialization. As I mentioned kanina, there are certain skill sets required to practice data librarianship. You have to have a certain level of familiarity with the technology, with what technology is out there. So again, this is something na nagmula naman sa ating reference service. Mas naging mas specialized lang kasi we deal with data. So other reference librarians still do other types of reference service, mas specialized lang to. So I think a much better term sa alternative ay specialization.
So it's a specialization, no? Sabi nyo nga, Sir Dan. What do you think, just a follow-up question to that question, ano sa tingin nyo yung mga skills needed to be a data librarian, di ba? Meron na tayong data librarianship ngayon. Basta. Data librarianship. What
Yes.
specific skills are
I
needed?
in addition dun sa mga nabanggit ko kanina, being familiar with the certain languages, being familiar with how institutional repositories work, being familiar with different data types, with lalong-lalo na yung metadata kasi doon talaga pumapasok yung value natin as librarians. I think a very special or a very important skill or attitude na meron tayo ay yung curiosity natin, yung kagustuhan natin na matuto ng mga bagong bagay, maka-experience ng mga bagong phenomena, and from there maka-develop tayo ng mga solusyon para sa profession natin, sa trabaho natin. Maraming technology na nag-exist ngayon, hindi naman siya ginawa para sa libraries. It is our innovative spirit as librarians that led us for us to utilize this technology sa ating trabaho. And this is another opportunity for that. So I hope sa mga gustong maging data librarians, I hope you have that spirit of curiosity, of trying new things, because this is a fairly new phenomena. This is a fairly new practice. And we hope that you would join us in exploring, in finding out hanggang saan natin pwedeng dalhin itong specialization na to.
Yan, maraming salamat, Sir Dan. Okay, this is an upvoted question in Slido. So, ang tanong po, Sir Dan, is, there isn't much data librarian, no, job titles in the market. And probably it could appear in different names. Ano daw ba? What are the other job titles for or similar to data librarian?
I agree. I agree that specifically walang naghahanap ng data librarians sa Pilipinas, lalo na sa Pilipinas, because again, this is a fairly new concept. But there is a need kasi within our group, private and public organizations are approaching us, are contacting us and telling us na we do have this data sets, we have this data na naiipon namin na hindi namin alam po anong gagawin. So actually medyo tumatawid pa to sa discipline ng archives and records management because within the records are also data. So I think more than the job title, it's really ano yung need ng organization. So kapag lumabas dun sa parang sa ads nila that ganun nga, we have certain datas that are just lying around na feeling namin magagamit pa ng ibang scholars, sa ibang researchers, then I think doon papasok yung data librarianship. Plus, we can always play with data science since data librarianship has some data science. So, I think mas powerful yun na career path. Librarian ka na, data scientist ka pa. So, I think it's going to be a thing in the future.
Yan. Thank you so much, Sir Dan. Another upvoted question here in Zoom is data librarianship seems to intersect with other disciplines such as statistics, business, comsci. How can we compete daw with them? Can we compete with them? Or ano daw ba ang edge natin against them?
Yes, data librarianship is kung hindi nga siya interdisciplinary, intradisciplinary pa. But that is what is beautiful about data librarianship. You get to work with other professionals. You get to work with people from different fields. Hindi naman kailangan na maging expert tayo, as I have mentioned. Kailangan lang may intermediate understanding tayo ng statistics, which is nakukuha naman natin sa ating mga research classes. Si CHED nag-mandate na ng mga programming classes sa BLIS program pa lang. So sa ganung level may background na tayo ng programming. So maganda yung foundations natin, and I think yung edge natin nga sa ibang statisticians, sa ibang programmer is we have that skill set of managing information. And yung skill set na yun kaya nating dalhin sa pagmamanage ng data. Kasi nga again, grabe yung naproproduce na data ngayon ng isang tao. What more pa kaya ang isang buong organization? So kapag hindi nila mahanap, hindi nahihirapan silang access ulit yung mga data na yun, saan sila lalapit? Eh di dun sa mga professional na for the longest time has been dealing with this type of activities, which is us. So again, sabi ko nga, ang gandang combination ng data librarian ka na may background ka rin sa records management, na may background ka sa data science. Again, there's no need to be an expert in all of those fields. Just an intermediate knowledge lang, sapat na yun.
Ayan, exciting times ahead, no? Sir Dan. Okay, another upvoted question here in Zoom is, Sir Dan, siguro based on your experience and what you've read so far, now what industries employ data librarians, or where are data librarians working today? Lalo na yung mga kilala mo.
Okay. So far, pag sinabi nating data librarians in the very specific sense, you can find them mostly in academic and special libraries. Because as of this moment, nakikita nila yung value na kapag nag-publish ako ng research ko, hindi sapat na yung output lang ng research ko yung pinapublish ko. Kailangan pati yung data na ginamit ko para dun sa research ko ay naipapublish din. So that other researchers can check whether tama nga ba yung ginawa ko, valid nga ba yung ginawa ko, plus some funding agencies do require yung mga pinafund ng researcher to also publish their dataset. So immediately doon nandun ang mga data librarians. So tinutulungan nila yung mga researcher on how to do that. But if we really think about it, lahat naman ng organization deals with data. So sabi ko nga, for example, government agencies, bago sila makapag-develop ng policy, or yung mga lawmakers natin bago sila makapag-legislate ng laws, they need to have data to back up their ideas. So kung maipromote natin itong gantong practice, for example, madala natin ito sa mga policymakers natin, magkaroon ng data librarians sa Senate, sa House of Congress, sa business, then every decisions made will be evidence-based kasi lahat sila will be backed up by sound data. So hopefully ganun yung future na meron tayo. And hopefully dumami tayo so that we are able to promote at least that idea. Again, another pie in the sky.
Yes. Oo nga, tama ka, Sir Dan, no? I agree. And in fact, there's a comment, which is also a question, na upvoted dito sa Slido, no? Hi, sir. Is it okay to join the DLSIG, no? Yung Data Librarianship Special Interest Group without any knowledge in data librarianship? Okay lang
Yeah,
daw ba yun? I'm interested to join, but I'm afraid I'll
I
be left out during
no.
the discussion.
Now, obviously within the group there are people na medyo may background na, but there are a lot of members, current members who have zero knowledge on data librarianship, who had zero
Mm.
experience in programming. So, ganun yung purpose talaga ng group. Hopefully, ma-upskill natin ng isa't isa. For example, ako, I do mentorship dun sa grupo. From time to time, nagbibigay ako ng exercise, nag-i-sponsor ako ng certificate courses. And hopefully, kapag at least pantay-pantay na yung skill set natin, magbatuhan tayo ng mga data-related problems ng mga organization natin. Given na wala tayong nilalabag na data privacy laws, so kung merong data-related problems or initiatives yung organizations nyo and you are unsure kung paano siya i-execute, kung paano siya gagawin, dalhin nyo siya dun sa DLSIG, and as a group, as a community, pag-aralan natin, let's throw ideas and hopefully doon ma-develop yung community natin, yung practice natin.
Thank you so much, Sir Dan. In fact, we're receiving a lot of questions about data librarianship. Probably you can look at the questions in Slido because we're running out of time, Sir Dan. But we have very great discussion about data librarianship, and it seems like a lot of people are interested, no, Sir Dan? So maraming salamat. Okay, thank you so much to Professor Dan Anthony Dorado. At this point, we would like to award you our certificate of appreciation. The certificate reads the Philippine Librarians Association Incorporated, in partnership with the National Commission for Culture and the Arts, through the National Committee on Libraries and Information Services and the National Library of the Philippines, awards the certificate of appreciation to Dan Anthony Dorado for being our resource speaker during the PLAI National Congress 2021 and General Assembly with the theme Outcomes, Outreach, Outstanding, held online from November 23 to 26, 2021. Given this 23rd day of November 2021, signed by the Executive Vice President Elisa V. Garcia and the PLAI President Emma M. Ray. Thank you once again, Sir Dan. Thank you so much. Thank you. Okay. At this point, allow me to introduce our keynote speaker. We are very fortunate and honored to have him join us in our event. Our distinguished keynote speaker is a lawyer, public servant, and humanitarian who graduated from UP Law in 1994. He was born to a family firmly founded on a tradition of excellence in service to the Filipino, being the grandnephew of Filipino statesman, Pulitzer Prize winner, and first and only Filipino president of the United Nations General Assembly, Carlos P. Romulo, and the son of former executive secretary, secretary of finance, budget secretary, and secretary of foreign affairs, and Senator Alberto Romulo. As a lawmaker, our keynote speaker is the incumbent chairman of the Committee on Basic Education and Culture and the representative from the Lone District of Pasig City. He has authored or co-authored over 130 House bills, many of them focusing on reforms urgently needed in different fields such as education, public health, culture, public infrastructure development, and environmental laws. He's the author of Scholar ng Bayan Act of 2014, an act providing scholarship grants to top graduates of all public high schools and state universities, Open Distance Learning Act, an act expanding access to educational services by institutionalizing open distance learning, Data Privacy Act of 2012, the Good Manners and Right Conduct Act, the Alternative Learning System Act, and National Academy of Sports. He has previously served as Deputy Majority Floor Leader of the House of Representatives from 2010 to 2013. He is also among the active supporters of the passage of the Freedom of Information Act in the House of Representatives. Before his career in public service, he practiced law for a number of years as an associate at Kisumbing Torres Evangelista Law Offices and a senior associate at Sisip Salazar Hernandez Gatmaitan Law Offices. He also underwent training courses in various legal fields at the International Development Law Institute in Rome, Italy. Ladies and gentlemen, we are honored to have the representative of the Lone District of Pasig City and the chairperson of the Committee on Basic Education, Honorable Congressman Roman Romulo.
Magandang araw po sa ating lahat. First of all, to the Philippine Librarian Association of the Philippines, headed of course by its president, Ma'am Emma Ray, to all the librarians and information professionals also with us this afternoon. A pleasant day to one and all. First of all, let me thank you for the invitation to join you this day, and of course to commend and to congratulate the Philippine Libraries Associations Inc. for this initiative to conduct the online congress with the theme Outcomes, Outreach, Outstanding. Alam po nating lahat na katulad ng iba nating mga institusyon, ay ang ating libraries ay dumaan rin sa napakaraming challenges, especially during this time of COVID-19 pandemic. Until now, alam po natin na medyo mahirap pa rin yung ating status bilang libraries. Not to mention, even before the pandemic, libraries were already being challenged by lack of resources, by opportunities, but just as the other institutions during this time of pandemic, it also became a source of inspiration and a source of inspiration, especially for the education committee. Why? Alam nating lahat na nung nagkaroon po tayo ng tinatawag na COVID-19 pandemic, ECQ, lockdown, sinara po natin yung ating mga paaralan. Tama naman po ito dahil wala naman po tayong choice. Mas mahalaga pa rin yung kalusugan, kaligtasan ng ating mga mag-aral, yung ating mga teaching and non-teaching personnel at mga magulang po natin. Pero dahil po dito, dahil nag-shift tayo from yung tinatawag po nating face-to-face to online distance learning, nakita po natin yung kahalagahan, yung importansya po ng reading. Dahil po dito, sa ilan na mga committee meeting po sa Kongreso po, lagi pong nababanggit yung importansya po, yung kahalagahan na binibigay po sa atin ng ating mga libraries. Kaya dito po napag-usapan rin, nasa na ba yung ating mga libraries ngayon? Ano ba ang significance nila? Bakit parang hindi po natin sila natatap ng mabuti, especially during this time of pandemic? Dito po nalaman namin unang-una na meron nga tayong National Library. Pero ang National Library po natin, di walang sariling charter. Marami po tayong mga batas na nagsasabi na dapat nagsitayuan ng mga library sa iba-ibang mga barangay, sa iba-ibang mga syudad. Pero ang totoo, wala rin nangyari. Hindi na naman natin implement properly. Kanina nga, nung nakikinig po ako sa question and answer ninyo kay Sir Dan, lagi niya nababanggit po niya yung term na pie in the sky. Ito nga, simple na lamang po na maipatupad po natin yung nakasaad sa ating mga batas na dapat meron tayong libraries or reading libraries about barangays, about syudad. Yung palamang nga po, hindi po natin na-achieve. Pero ngayon, dahil dito sa pandemya, nakita po natin yung importansya po ng ating libraries. At dahil po dito, nag-file po tayo, ako mismo, ng isang bill para magkaroon na rin po tayo finally ng charter ng ating National Library. Dito po nakasaad sa bill na ito, hindi lamang po na in-enumerate natin yung traditional na mga trabaho o responsibilidad ng isang library, pero dito po pinapasok na rin po natin yung kahalagahan po ng online libraries natin na dapat dito na rin po magsimula yung pag-digitize sa ating mga libro, sa ating mga materials, para sa panahon po ng mga katulad ng pandemya ito or para lamang sa mga lifelong learners natin sa ating bansa ay meron po silang mapuntahan na digitized library. Alam po nating lahat na lahat ito ay dahil dito sa pandemya ay nabigyan ng focus at naniniwala ako at hopefully hindi siya maging pie in the sky at ito ay katuparan natin. Magkaroon po tayo ng tinatawag talaga na charter for our national library. Simula po dito, magkakaroon na siya ng sarili niyang budget, magkakaroon po siya ng resources para masigurado po na yung iba-iba nating mga batas tungkol sa pagtatayo ng mga reading facilities or libraries sa iba-ibang barangay, sa iba-ibang munisipyo at syudad ay maging totoo na. Bakit po natin gustong gawin ito? Una-una po, talagang pinakita po sa atin na the libraries are really part of the education community. Napaka-importante po, napakalaga po ng ating mga libraries. Ngayon po, lagi naririnig na napakaraming mga fake news. Sinasabi nila na marami raw fake news sa social media. May mga nagsasabi rin naman, kahit sa mainstream natin, minsan hindi natin sigurado kung talagang na-verify yung mga storyang nilalagay doon. Dito po nagiging mahalaga at naging importante po yung role ng ating libraries. Dahil siya po yung masasabi natin magiging source of correct information and data or facts. Dito kasi po, bago naman po natin ilalagay yung madidigitize o bago po natin malalagay sa ating mga libraries, sisiguraduhin po ng ating mga librarians na ang mga nakasaad naman po dito ay may katotohanan. Siya po ang magiging, masabi po natin, yung gateway po natin to knowledge and to culture. Kaya sana po, tulong-tulong po ay tingin po natin yung pagpapalagay significance ng libraries. Isa pa pong importante po sa ating libraries ay naniniwala po ako, dito po talaga, ang Pilipino po by nature, mahilig po talaga magbasa, mahilig matuto, ma-educate yung sarili niya. Kailangan lang po natin talaga siya bigyan pa ng paraan kung saan po niya ma-feed itong thirst for reading, thirst for learning. At ito po yung magagampanan ng ating mga libraries. Alam niyo po, minsan po nasamahan ko yung aking may bahay sa isang anniversary ng isang bookstore po natin. Doon nga po nung isa po siya sa mga nagsalita at kinikwento po niya at lahat po na nagsalita na nung bata sila, lahat ng sources po nung katuwaan nila, yung imagination nila nag-flourish pag nakakabili sila ng libro dito sa ating mga bookstores. Pero alam rin natin na hindi naman lahat ng Pilipino ay may kakayanan na bumili ng mga libro. Dito po makakapasok po talagang kahalagahan ng ating mga libraries. Dahil dito po, maiimbitahan po natin yung kapwa natin Pilipino na makapasok sa ating mga library, ma-quench po yung thirst nila for reading and for learning. At alam naman po natin, habang mas maraming nababasa po at natututunan ng isang tao, ito po ang magiging, ito yung maghuhubog ng kanyang creative and innovative thinking ng isang tao. Kaya sana po talaga ay tuloy-tuloy po yung ating pagbibigay ng kahalagahan dito sa ating mga libraries. At huli po na gusto ko rin banggitin po, lalo na sa mga panahon ngayon na kung saan napag-usapan nga po yung mga during the pandemic, yung resulta po natin sa iba nating mga examination, international assessment examinations. Dito po nakikita po natin talaga na ang libraries po ay talagang magiging source of support for literacy and education. Kaya mahalaga po talaga na pagtibayin po natin yung ating library system, siguraduhin po natin na may karera sa mga ating librarians and sa information professionals. Dito po naniniwala ako na palakasin lang po natin, magkaroon tayo ng charter ng ating National Library. Dito po unti-unti magbubunga po yung magaganda po nating gustong mangyari para sa ating lipunan. Alam niyo, during this pandemic, marami ho tayong mga bills na tinake up rin sa Kongreso. Kasama po dito, syempre, yung counterpart po ng Senate Bill 1879, yung pag-utilize and upgrade ng ating public libraries, yung iba-iba pong mga House bills strengthening the Philippine Public Library System, House Bill 7941, House Bill 8027, House Bill 8329, at yung nabanggit ko kanina po, yung final kong House Bill 8045. At meron pong isa pa, yung House Bill 7330, kung saan po sinisigurado natin na makatayo talaga ng mga public libraries sa iba-ibang lugar po sa Pilipinas. Pero gusto ko rin po mabanggit, kaya ako ina-enumerate po yan, kung hindi po ngayong linggo, sa susunod na linggo po, ay representa ko na po sa plenary yung bill namin, House Bill 10329, Public Schools of the Future in Technology. Dito po, kaya talagang nung pinag-uusapan po itong bill na ito, dito po talaga pumasok yung importansya po ng role na gagampanan ng ating national libraries na mag-digitize ng ating mga libro, materials, and other information. Because under the public schools of the future in technology, ang gusto po natin ay mapaghanda natin yung ating mga mag-aaral sa ating mga DepEd schools para sa tinatawag na Fourth Industrial Revolution. Ibig lang sabihin po nito ay dapat masanay po sila sa paggamit ng teknolohiya sa hinaharap. Pero para maging makabulahan naman itong public schools of the future in technology, kailangan po ay may substance, may laman po yung ituturo sa kanila, yung kanilang magagamit po habang nagsasanay po sa teknolohiya. Kaya doon nga po napasok doon namin nalaman na wala naman palang charter ang ating National Library. At doon namin naisip na gawa ng charter at dito po ipasok yung responsibilidad na mag-digitize ng ating mga libro, other materials and information. Sana po ay mapasa na as soon as possible ito at sana po ay maging katuwang po namin talaga ang ating mga librarians and information professionals para maitaguyod po itong mga bagong responsibilidad na gusto po nating may atang sa ating National Library. Alam niyo po, marami pa rin akong ibang gustong mabanggit, pero alam ko na meron din daw question and answer, kaya siguro hindi ko na uubusin yung oras ko dito para kung may mga katanungan, may mga paliwanag na gusto ko yung malaman ay masagot ko rin po. Pero sa totoo po, asahan po ninyo na ang Kongreso po, ang Committee on Basic Education and Culture ay napakalaki po ang tingin sa ating mga libraries, sa ating librarians, sa ating information professionals. Gusto po natin palakasin po ang libraries po natin. Gusto po natin magkaroon talaga ng tunay na karera ang pagiging isang librarian, ang pagiging isang information professional. Kaya naman natin ginugusto po ito. Simple lang, parte po kayo talaga ng education community. Naniniwala po kami na basta lahat tayo magtulungan, ay maabot po natin yung tunay na potensyal ng Pilipino. Alam po ninyo, nabanggit nga kanina na kamag-anak ko si General Carlos P. Romulo. Naalala ko po talaga, lalong-lalo na yung iba-ibang mga kasulatan po niya. Lagi po niyang sinasabi, kung mapapansin po ninyo, lalo na sa kanyang essay yung I Am a Filipino, ay yung underlying message po lagi ni General Carlos P. Romulo. Ang sinasabi naman po niya, simple lang. The Filipino should and could be among the best in the world. It is important for us in the Philippine education system to get our acts together. Ang kailangan po natin masigurado na maihatid po natin ang tamang edukasyon sa kabataang Pilipino, sa mga Pilipino po. Pag naggawa po natin ito, masisigurado ko po that the Filipino will finally be able to burst out and show the world its full potential. Again po, magandang hapon po at congratulations po sa Philippine Library Association Incorporated. Thank you po.
Thank you so much, Congressman Romulo. Maraming salamat po sa inyo. At in fact, meron po tayo dito mga 2,500 participants, no, na nakikinig po at natutuwa na napaunlakan nyo ang aming imbitasyon at nakakatuwa po na malaman na meron kaming kakampi, no, at kampyon sa House of Representatives na tutulong po sa aming mga adhikain, sa aming mga dapat na yung mga pangangailangan po namin sa aming propesyon para matulungan pa po namin ang education sector, ang lipunan at ang buong Pilipinas. Okay, yes, Congressman Romulo, and thank you also for telling us that you are available to answer some few questions because we do have one question here from our participants. In fact, two na po, sabi niyang ganun. Sir, I know that you've already mentioned the House bills, the laws that you passed or co-authored or authored, no? Pero meron pong nagtatanong, sir, Hi, Congressman Romulo. What legislatures have you supported or passed that will help specifically fund or develop libraries?
Yes.
Mm-mm.
Unang-una po, no, katulad na nabanggit ko po kanina, talagang matagal na po, even nung panahon pa po nung father ko po, which was 1980, I think 1987, meron na po talagang mga batas tungkol sa pagtatayo ng mga libraries or reading institution sa ating mga barangay. Pero hanggang ngayon po, sa totoo lang, hindi naman po talaga fully complied with yan. Kung hindi man sa ibang lugar, ang ginagawa lang naman po dyan, sa totoo lang, parang masabi lang na merong library, hihingi ng mga donasyon para lang masabi na kapag-comply. During this pandemic, as I mentioned earlier, dito po natin nakita talaga yung pagiging parte ng libraries sa education community natin. Kasi nung nag-shift po tayo from face-to-face to online distance learning, dito po natin nalaman na sa totoo lang po, halos wala naman po tayong na-digitize pa na or ready for our education system na mga libro, materials. Dahil po dito, nabanggit rin po yung role ng National Library po natin. At nabanggit ko rin kanina, dito natin nalaman na hanggang ngayon pala walang charter ang ating National Library. In fact, it just exists because natayo siya dati as the National Library. So dahil po dito po natin inumpisahan na mag-file ng bill para magkaroon ng charter ang National Library. Ano hong kalagayan ng charter po na ito? Unang-una po, aside from the fact na ma-enumerate natin siguro yung mga main na mga responsibilities niya, ay dito po ay kahit papaano ay masisigurado po natin na magkakaroon po ng set budget yung ating National Library. Dahil dito lang naman po natin mararamdaman pag may budget yung pag-andar po ng mga implementasyon. Kasi minsan nagiging last priority siya eh. Or in fact, nakakalimutan talaga siya sa priority. Afterthought siya. So by the moment magkaroon tayo ng charter, magkaroon siya ng sarili niyang budget, maasahan po natin na magkakaroon na kahit papaano po ay mapapaandar na po natin yung role ng ating National Library. Tama po kayo, matagal nang na-neglect po. Puro nominal lang yung pagpapakita po ng suporta sa ating library. Alam ko po, tuwing budget hearing, biglang may mga tumatayong kampyon para sa iba-iba nating mga sektor, kasama na dyan yung National Library. Pero alam rin po nating lahat na pagdating ng prioritization, kung wala naman siyang set budget, wala hong mangyayari. Pagdating ho kasi ng budget hearing, hindi naman po talaga, never naman po sumapat yung revenue ng Pilipinas sa kinakailangan na gastusin ng ating gobyerno para sa taong bayan. Kaya hindi talaga lip service na lang minsan yan. So mas maganda po talaga na maipasa namin itong charter ng National Library para magkaroon po siya talaga ng sarili niyang set budget taon-taon.
Yan. Maraming salamat po, Congressman Romulo. In fact, meron pong follow-up question doon, sir. Sa tingin niyo daw po ba, maipapasa daw po ba ang mga nabanggit ninyong bills ngayon bago matapos ang termino ni President Duterte?
Well, sa totoo po, hino-hope ko talaga na bago magtapos yung term ni Presidente Duterte, kahit yung Charter of the National Library lang ang aming mapasa. Bakit po? Kasi yung iba naman po na mga batas, tingnan naman natin, meron naman talagang it is either strengthening it or yung mga emphasizing po yung role ng libraries, which sa pananaw ko naman po, nandoon na. Ang importante po talaga ay ma-charter muna natin yung pinaka-main natin, yung National Library natin. Dahil yun yung magiging pundasyon po ng paglago ng library system sa ating bansa. Bakit ko rin gusto mapasa sa ilalim ni Presidente Duterte? Because based on my experience po as chairman of this committee, in fact, we have already passed 4 national laws from 2019 pa lang po yun, up to today. So nakikita ko po, basta naman na paliwanag po kay Pangulong Duterte yung importansya po sa education system natin, pinipirmahan naman po ng ating Pangulo. So sayang po yung pagkakataon na ito. That's why I'm really hoping po na maipasa namin. Nasaan po yung status ngayon nung charter na sa committee ko po? Meron mga issue po na kailangan pang i-thresh out. Hopefully before by December po matapos namin para by January po malagay na sa plenaryo. Pag napasa naman po namin sa House, sa Senado naman they can adopt this version that we have kung wala naman silang version doon.
And thank you, Congressman. I hope
Sige po.
still have time for last two questions.
Sige po.
Okay po. Ang isa pong question, sorry to put you on the spotlight talaga, no? At kasi ang tanong po dito, napag-uusapan na po natin ng mga batas at meron po tayong batas, yung Republic Act 9246, yung Philippine Librarianship Act. And ito po kasing batas na ito ang nagpo-professionalize ng aming propesyon. Pero nangangailangan na po ito ng mga amendments. Maaari daw po ba kayong maging sponsor sa amendment na ito ng aming Republic Act 9246?
Most definitely po. In fact, I would request na kung maaari po, kung hindi man kayaning this week, sana by next week magkaroon tayo ng Zoom meeting. At
Yay!
least kasada po dito para yung mga kung meron kaming katanungan kasama po nung team po namin sa Kongreso ay mapag-usapan po namin at maka-move forward tayo. Alam niyo, importante rin po yan kasi naniniwala ako na para mag-flourish po talaga ang libraries natin, kailangan may karera po dito sa ating industriya nito. In fact po, last week po, we just passed yung sa mental wellness naman po namin na bill for the Department of Education. Kasi alam naman po natin, maraming mental and emotional stress ang dinadaanan ng ating mga guro, na teaching and non-teaching personnel, pati yung students natin. Pero, bakit wala ho tayong ma-attract na mga guidance counselors sa ating mga DepEd schools? It's because po, walang career path. Wala ho mangyayari sa isang guidance counselor pag pumasok po sila sa DepEd. Ngayon po, pag pinag-usapan naman natin ang librarians, kung wala hong karera, walang career path para sa isang information professional or sa librarian po, talagang hindi ho natin mapapalago ang library sa ating bansa. Kasi walang ganadong magmando ng ating library. So, importante po talaga ang career path. That is why siguro po our office po, Congress, will coordinate po with you and whoever is interested po so we can have a Zoom meeting by next week and understand further exactly what is needed so that we can proceed as quickly as possible.
Okay, thank you so much, Congressman Romulo. Yung isa pong question, sir, what are your thoughts? No? Kasi marami pong issue ang kinakaharap ng profession din po namin. No? At dalawang issue po yung sasabihin ko. Ang una pong issue ay yung issue ng censorship, no, and banning of certain books from libraries and in state universities. So that's one issue. We would like to know your thoughts about it. And also on ito po ay naging matunog din na na usapin sa aming propesyon. Ano po daw ang masasabi ninyo na ang current National Library Director ay hindi po license. Yan po ay upvoted questions, Congressman. So ito po ay mga gusto rin po naming itanong. Ang dami po talaga nagtatanong, Congressman. So two issues, censorship po, no, and the banning of certain books from libraries and state universities, and also the issue po ng directorship ng National Library of the Philippines.
Yes. Siguro po sa issue ng directorship, titingnan ko po yung issue na hindi rin ako masyadong familiar sa nangyari po na yan. But again po, while we take up the proposed amendments to the bill, I am sure po that issue will come out. Ano? Pero with respect po the first issue, which I think is very important, alam niyo po ako nang paniniwala ko kasi po ang libraries po natin, katulad ay parte po talaga ng ating education community. Ang paniniwala ko po sa ating education community, first and foremost, and primarily po, it must be really intellectual lang po. Dapat po dito sa usapin po ng education community natin, dapat walang usapin ng ekonomiya, politika, or kahit talagang it should be an academic intellectual discussion. So pagdating po sa mga libro, wala ho akong problema na kahit anong libro ang linalaman ng ating mga libraries sa ating mga, whether that library belongs to an academic institution or whether that belongs to the National Library or any library for that matter. But what is important po is that we never use the education community, the education sector, or for that matter po anything political. Let's keep it academic, because we must be able to inspire our fellow Filipinos to be able to grow intellectually. And that's the only way po. Every discussion po should be, in an academic manner. Really, lahat naman yan may pros and cons. Lahat mo ng ideas may pros and cons yan. Pero dapat po ay siguro ang pinaka-importante doon ay we respect each other's opinion always, di ba po? Kasi in any book, in any matter, talagang there will always be two sides. And the moment we mix politics with any of these, any matter related to the education community, dangerous po yun. Hindi po magpo-flourish yung education natin. And I think that is our sole aim. We want it kept really as an intellectual academic discussion. So dapat po ganun lang dapat tayo.
Okay, so maraming salamat pong muli, Congressman Romulo, sa pagpapaunlak sa aming imbitasyon. At natutuwa po kami na may kakampi kami sa House of Representatives. So at this juncture, we will be awarding the plaque of appreciation to our keynote speaker. The plaque reads, "The Philippine Librarians Association Incorporated, in partnership with the National Commission for Culture and the Arts, through the National Committee on Libraries and Information Services and the National Library of the Philippines, confers this plaque of appreciation to Congressman Roman Romulo in grateful and sincere appreciation for his support to librarians and library and information professionals as the keynote speaker during the PLAI Congress 2021, and for his invaluable presence, thereby contributing immeasurably to the prestige and success of this occasion. Given this 23rd day of November 2021, signed by the Executive Vice President Elisa V. Garcia and the PLAI President Emma M. Ray. So thank you once again, Congressman Romulo. PLAI will be sending you this plaque of appreciation. It is truly an honor having you in our online Congress. Salamat po, sir. Mabuhay po kayo.
Salamat din po, and congratulations for the online Congress. God bless.
Thank you. Okay, so I know you still have a lot of questions, but nasagot naman po ang mga most upvoted questions sa ating Slido. Okay, and for our last presentation, we have Ashley Weinheimer and Dr. Melanie Allison. Ashley Weinheimer is a customer success librarian at McGraw-Hill. She has served as a STEM librarian at the variety of institutions, including at an academic engineering library, a corporate R&D center library, and public library. Ashley earned her MLIS from University of Pittsburgh and has a Bachelor of Science degree in chemistry. Dr. Melanie Allison is the Executive Manager of Education and Learning with McGraw-Hill. She earned her Doctor of Nursing Practice degree and Postmaster Certificate in Nursing Education from the Johns Hopkins University. She earned her Master of Science in Nursing degree, specializing as an acute care nurse practitioner from Vanderbilt University. Melanie has more than 20 years of experience as a registered nurse and nurse practitioner in adult cardiology and advanced lipid management. She is a part-time faculty member at Vanderbilt University School of Nursing, where she has taught for more than 15 years using both distance learning and traditional learning formats. Everyone, to talk about empowering instructors with online resources from McGraw-Hill, we have Ashley Weinheimer and Dr. Melanie Allison.
Hey there, I'm an engineering student, and I always have a lot on my plate. I bet you do too. So I want to tell you about something that has the resources I need to work on assignments and projects all in one place. Access Engineering. Access Engineering is loaded with textbooks, handbooks, code commentary, and other books for so many courses and subjects. Plus, there are spreadsheet calculators, videos, graphs, and tables. It's even got an interactive data visualization tool for material properties. I can use it both on and off campus by logging onto my account. And believe it or not, there's no additional cost to me because of my library subscription. Check out how it helped me today. I'm working on my capstone project, designing a multi-story concrete office building. There are so many details I have to get right. First off, I need to make sure I meet load, fire protection, and other design requirements. This video walks me through requirements from the International Building Code.
The problem statement gives a mixed occupancy building of type 5B construction houses both.
These codes are really confusing, and this makes it so much easier to understand. I can search the latest edition of this textbook on reinforced concrete structures. There are at least 700 other books on access engineering. Think of how much money I save. Now here's DataViz. It's so cool. I'm using it to visualize the properties of concrete. I have to design slabs, beams, columns, and foundations for the office building. Access Engineering has a bunch of spreadsheet calculators for that. So convenient. Here's the one I need. There are thousands of interactive graphs and tables too. I can look up the data I need right away, on any device. I can do all this on Access Engineering, anywhere, anytime. And my friends in other programs are using it too because it's got books and tools for so many courses. Thanks to Access Engineering, I'm gonna ace my capstone project and even have a little time for myself. It costs you nothing, but give it a shot.
Welcome to this brief overview of Access Engineering. Access Engineering from McGraw-Hill is an award-winning engineering reference platform for academics, students, and professionals that delivers world-renowned interdisciplinary engineering content integrated with analytical teaching and learning tools. Guided by a faculty advisory board of highly distinguished engineering faculty, Access Engineering is a trusted, authoritative website that maintains the highest editorial standards and covers the latest developments across all major engineering disciplines. To learn more about Access Engineering or the advisory board, use the About link in the site header. The homepage of Access Engineering offers options to browse available content, including videos, spreadsheets, DataViz, or even particular book types, such as textbooks and Schaum's outlines. The homepage also provides quick access to our most popular titles, including Perry's Chemical Engineer's Handbook and Mark's Standard Handbook for Mechanical Engineers. Use the search box to see available content on a topic of interest. Type Ahead offers suggested terms as you type, and search results will often include a definition, and see also links with related search terms. Results are weighted and sorted to make sure the most relevant content shows up at the top of your results list. From the results screen, there are tabs available to see results by content type and easily get to relevant videos, spreadsheets, and more. Additional filters let you narrow down results to just content on a specific equation or to just graphs, tables, or example problems within book chapters. By creating a free personal account, you can save searches and sign up for email alerts if any new content is added that matches your search terms. Click on the yellow My Account button from any page to sign in or register to create a new account. Access Engineering also has a dynamic browsing feature, which allows you to see content tagged to terms from our 3 site taxonomies for subject, industry, and course. Drill down through subtopics within the major engineering disciplines in the subject taxonomy, or through course outlines for common engineering courses. Each term in the taxonomy has a number in parentheses indicating the number of content items tagged to that particular term, and you can select multiple terms using the checkboxes to customize your results. You can also search the taxonomies for specific terms. From Browse or Search Results, click on a content item to be taken to that item's content page. Choosing a content item from within a book chapter will take you to exactly where that graph, table, figure, or example problem appears in the text. All content has a durable URL for ease of sharing or saving. From within a book, click on the book cover at the top to go to the main landing page for this title. Here you will see information on the title, including author bios, publication information, and edition details. Older editions of titles are archived but remain on the site and can be accessed using this link. All links to content within archived books remains active, but only the newest edition will appear in search or browse results. The book's landing page also shows the table of contents, and if a book comes with videos or instructor resources, those will be accessible from this page as well. Search within the table of contents or within the book to quickly find content. Within each book chapter, tabs across the top of the screen pull out any figures, graphs, tables, and example problems that appear in that chapter. View and interact with content from here or link back to view in context. Graphs contain interactive features, and the data in tables can be downloaded as a CSV file. You can navigate through the book by using the table of contents on the left or the previous and next buttons, or easily see content tagged to similar subjects using the related searches box. Use the content tools to download a PDF, get a citation, share a direct link, or save this chapter to your personal account with a bookmark or label. Annotation is available through Hypothesis, an open source browser plugin that allows users to quickly highlight and annotate content on any website. Using this tool does require users to create a separate account with Hypothesis. The Focus View feature hides all of these extra features to expand just the text of a chapter for ease of reading. Going back to our earlier results screen, if you choose another content type, such as a video, you'll be taken to that item's content landing page where you can view the video with closed captioning and transcript available, or link over to view it in context of the book chapter. The same tools are available to cite, share, or save this video to your personal account, add an annotation, or see related search terms. Videos on the site were created by faculty members and provide step-by-step walkthroughs of solving example problems or using various engineering software. Spreadsheets are Excel-based calculators designed to streamline your use of complex engineering equations. Case studies are designed to be used in case method teaching, presenting a real-world scenario and guiding students through various technical, design, economic, and ethical considerations with focused question sets. The DataViz Material Properties tool is an interactive data visualization tool that visually displays property data across more than 200 materials and 65 properties. DataViz can be used to search for a property for a specific material or to compare one or more properties across the full dataset of materials, and is ideally suited for material selection for design projects by allowing users to set parameters and interact with the data in real time. The DataViz project library provides active learning projects that faculty can share with students or adapt to their needs. There are many user resources available for further exploring the site on the administration page.
Hi! I'm a second-year med student, and just like you, I'm always busy. So I've got 2 minutes to tell you about something that has literally saved me time and money and has made me a better student: Access Medicine. Access Medicine is an online source, text, videos, podcast, and tons of study tools. With a My Access account, you can use it on and off campus. And the best part is, there is no additional cost to me because of my library subscription. This morning, I took a 25-question practice quiz on Access Medicine. And I realized I need to brush up on atrial fibrillation. So I decided to review the atrial fibrillation chapter from the latest edition of Harrison's Principles of Internal Medicine, my key textbook on applied pathophysiology and clinical medicine. Access Medicine has over 100 other books, accessible from any device. So not only is it convenient, but think about how much money I'm saving since I don't have to buy these books. Then I watched one of the Goodman and Gilman's animations on how antiarrhythmic drugs block reentrant circuits, which really helped me visualize and understand the concept. After that, I reviewed a table on antiarrhythmic drugs, and then went through a high-yield case on atrial fibrillation. Real-world cases on Access Medicine really help make things easier for me to understand. After that, I listened to a Harrison's pod class on palpitation. Listening to physicians discuss their diagnoses and treatment approaches is super helpful, and so convenient to listen to when I'm on the move.
Okay, so what do you make from this case?
She's mildly symptomatic from her palpitations, and she has a borderline blood pressure.
I was able to do all of these things just on Access Medicine. So even when I don't have my books or laptop, I always have my phone. And Access Medicine works on any device. Before retaking the quiz, I went through some flashcards and watched the chest exam video. These physical exam videos are the next best thing to actually being in the clinic. All right, well, I just retook the quiz and I crushed it. I crushed it. Now I actually have a little time for myself. So, what did we learn? Well, I learned about atrial fibrillation, and now you know to check out Access Medicine so that you can learn and study anywhere on any device at no extra cost. Give it a shot. You'll thank me. Bye.
Hello, and welcome to Access Medicine. My name is Melanie Allison, and I'm a senior medical editor with McGraw-Hill Education. I'm also a doctor of nursing practice, an acute care nurse practitioner, and a faculty member at a top school of nursing. The purpose of today's brief presentation is to show you all that Access Medicine has to offer. So I'm going to start by logging in with my Access personal account. And you need to do this so you have access to everything that we have to offer. First, we're going to start with our books in the library, and here you'll find over 100 titles. So just about anything you're looking for related to medicine. In the left-hand column here, you'll see that everything is categorized by specialty, so it makes it very easy to find what you're looking for. We have these very, very valuable Harrison's online updates, which happen several times a month. So here you'll find the latest, greatest in medical news and medical updates. Next, I'm going to take you to our quick reference section. So here you're going to find QMDT, which is our quick medical diagnosis and treatment. It's taken from CMDT, our current medical diagnosis and treatment, and this is updated every year. So this is our 2018 version. Everything here is alphabetized, so it makes it very, very easy to find the disease you're looking for. We also have guidelines which are updated annually for primary care. So this goes over disease screening guidelines, disease prevention, disease management, and everything is alphabetized. We also have differential diagnosis tool called Diagnosaurus. That's very helpful for students. And then we have a diagnostic test book. We have Clinical Prep, which is a quick reference guide for medical students, so you can prepare for the wards. It helps you bridge the gap between the classroom and actual patient care experiences. So here I'm just going to pull up a common topic, atopic dermatitis. And there are clinical questions here. So what is eczema? You can see there's some CME attached to this. There's CME actually attached to several of our books as well. The camera here indicates that there is an image associated with that question and answer. We have 2-Minute Medicine. So this is a daily literature report from the 2-Minute Medicine Publishing Group that was founded out of Harvard Medical School. So this is a great way to really stay on top of the literature. They give you an overview of all the major clinical trials. There are new journal articles coming out all the time. And if you're thinking of starting a journal club, or if you already have a journal club, this is a great resource for you. We also have an English-Spanish dictionary and a Spanish-English dictionary. And then we have clinical calculators that you would need to quickly reference while you're in the clinical area. We have drug monographs, which are all inclusive. So anything you need to know about a drug dosing, let's choose dabigatran. Let's look at their dosing here. So this goes over special populations, people with renal impairment, talks about how to dose with certain concomitant medications. We have a robust multimedia library. These are categorized either by specialty category or by system. And we also have radiology videos, patient safety modules, female reproductive system modules, and pharmacology lectures. So we have, as you can see, procedural videos. This is a 10-minute video. I don't want to take up your time to watch this, but I do encourage you to come on your own to the site and take a look at what we have to offer here. We also have physical examination videos, which are excellent for students. We have a whole library of cases for either students or residents, and then resident level and above. So we have board review cases, and then we have basic science cases such as this from our case files collection. We also have clinical cases for different specialties, so cardiology, dermatology, all of those specialties. And we have a lot of review questions. So we have board review questions for residents, and then we also have questions for students who just want to practice and test their knowledge and really hone their knowledge in a particular area. So you can see here we have Graber and Wilbur's Family Medicine Examination and Board Review. We have Harrison's Principles of Internal Medicine Self-Assessment and Board Review. And then we just have all these different textbooks associated with these questions. So you can see there are many, many questions in most of these. And I'm just going to open up Harrison so you can take a quick look. So let's say I'm in line to get my cup of coffee and I feel like I really need to brush up on my endocrinology and metabolism knowledge. So I'm going to answer just 5 questions very quickly. And before you know it, I've answered all 1,296 questions. We have clerkship topics, and these are listed by specialty. And then they're listed by disease state within the specialty. And these are just turnkey ready. They have associated book chapters, and then they have cases with these. And of course, the cases have questions that you can answer with these. So these are great for faculty members. We also have flashcards. And these are associated with many of our different textbooks, such as CMDT. So if you want to quiz yourself, you just go to flashcards here, and it will pull up all of our flashcards, and you can scroll through and just choose random, or you can also choose a specific topic. And we have a quiz bowl style game, and you can challenge your friends and play them in a trivia game and see who wins. So another fun way to test your knowledge. Then we have patient education, and so this is written at an appropriate level for patients. You can print off the PDFs here. And we have a new addition to Access Medicine called the Hospital Corner, and within this section we have books, we have board review for resident level and above. We have a lot of questions there. Cases for resident level and above, and then we have QMDT, your quick reference guide. So within the books section, we have healthcare business books. If you need to do a quality improvement project, we have books on Lean Six Sigma. We have healthcare information, security, and privacy books. That's a very hot topic right now in medical literature. We also have leadership books, and then we have a lot of your clinical books that are very helpful. We have board review, so this is for resident level and above. And then we have cases, and we have nearly 60 new cases on acid-base disturbances, so we're very excited about that. We also have resident readiness, internal medicine, and then we have the Harrison's fluid and electrolyte imbalances and acid-base disturbance cases. We also have our QMDT section listed here, also practice guidelines, diagnostic tests, 2-minute medicine, and calculators again. And since I didn't show you QMDT earlier, I'm just going to take a moment here and show you what that looks like. Everything's alphabetized, and you can see here you have the key features, you have clinical findings, anything you need. If you want to look at a section, you just click on that plus sign and expand it. If we can answer any questions for you, please reach out. Thank you so much and have a great day.
Okay, thank you so much, Ashley and Dr. Allison. Thank you also for being our gold sponsors for this PLAI Online Congress. At this point, we would like to award you our Certificate of Appreciation. The Philippine Librarians Association Incorporated, in partnership with the National Commission for Culture and the Arts, through the National Committee on Libraries and Information Services and the National Library of the Philippines, awards the Certificate of Appreciation to Ashley Weinheimer and Melanie Allison for being our resource speakers during the PLAI National Congress 2021 and General Assembly with the theme Outcomes, Outreach, Outstanding, held online from November 23 to 26, 2021. Given this 23rd of November 2021, signed by the Executive Vice President Elisa Garcia and the PLAI President Emma M. Ray. So thank you once again, Ashley and Melanie. And that concludes day one of the online PLAI Congress 2021. Thank you so much to all our participants from the Philippines and across the globe who joined us today. We are very happy that you are all here. Once again, certificates of participation will be sent to all the participants after you have filled out the evaluation form and answered the questions. Please be reminded as well that the recording of this online congress is available on our Moodle site. Andun din po ang mga tanong, yung mga questions na dapat yung sagutin at webinars.plai.org. .ph. Ayan. So again, webinars.plai.org.ph. Andun po sa Moodle yung mga dapat ninyong sagutin ng mga questions. Okay. Alright, so you are automatically enrolled there when you successfully registered in this Congress. Okay, I hope that's clear. All right, and that wraps up our session. This is Rhea Rowena U. Apolinario from the UP School of Library and Information Studies, your moderator and host for today. Thanking you all for participating in this event. Thank you so much to our speakers who share their time and knowledge with us. Muli, maraming salamat po at mag-ingat po kayong lahat. Magkita-kita po tayong muli bukas ng 9:00 ng umaga para sa pangalawang araw ng ating PLAI Online Congress 2021. Please be reminded that the link for the second day will be emailed to you. Don't forget as well to fill out the survey form when you leave the Zoom webinar. Okay? Maraming salamat po sa inyong lahat. Bye! Paalam!